sentence you to life in confinement without parole.
That's f***ing horse shit. You do whatever the f*** you want.
Why are they shutting my mic off?
I'm the federal witness of the United States federal government. I demand some goddamn respect, you. All I did was trespass on property.
Ma'am, you gotta create the community that you want to live in.
Bond court is a free service, but it takes several hours of my time every day. Less than 10% of Bond court viewers hit the like button, and less than 1% leave a comment. If you want Bond court to continue to be available on YouTube for free, then please hit the like button and leave a comment on all of my videos.
Okay, this is session 2, and we're starting with Christian Cabrera.
Good morning, Your Honor. This is Ricardo Morales, Spanish interpreter. I have been previously sworn.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, this Judge McDonald for your records, and the defendant that you'll be translating for is Christian, Christian, Luis, Luis, Cabrera, Cabrera, and this is case number 2022 CF Charlie Frank 55580. All right, sir, can you hear me?
Sí, dime.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, you're charged with a felony sexual battery on a person between 12 and 18 years of age. On state, is that an F1? What is that?
Yes, Your Honor, it's an F1, so he is entitled to a bond.
Right. And looking at your history, in order for me to consider the bond, I noticed that you have in New York a conviction of possession of a firearm. Then you have grand.
Nunca. Eso no. No, permiso. Eso no. Eso es falso. Yo nunca he tenido una cargo de arma de fuego, nunca.
That is false. False. I've never had a charge due to possessing a weapon or a firearm. That is completely false.
Okay, it's then also you have grand theft, grand larceny, and possession of a firearm or weapon, robbery aided by another, robbery third degree, robbery casual, menacing. Those are not you?
No, eso completamente falso. Yo nunca.
It's completely false.
He tenido nada de eso.
Well,
I've never been accused of any of that.
well, then we don't have your identification, so we'll have to bring him back tomorrow.
He has been identified.
Okay, so that criminal background comes back connected to his fingerprints. All right, you hear what the lady said. We ran your prints, and that's what the federal or the central agency that collects all of these from the different states, that's what they have. So that's all I can go on. And so that's your background as far as I can tell. And then your current charges I've already explained to you. State your input, anything?
Due to him having, I have the same history as well when I checked for CIS. So due to him having fairly lengthy history and the allegations that are obtained within this warrant. And given that it is a first-degree felony,
All right, we'll go ahead and set bail at $50,000. And
¿Cuánto?
How much?
50,000. And
Señor, yo no tengo a
And,
nadie que me puede pagar eso.
you are not
necesito
to
ayuda. Yo vine
return
de
to
la
the
calle.
scene.
Por favor, dile que me puede ayudar con eso o que me
Sir,
quite
I don't
eso
have anyone to help me.
y-
And I have no one to help me. I don't have any money. I come from the streets.
Yo vivo en la, yo
I
estaba
do
viviendo
appoint
en
the
la calle
public
7
defender,
años. Yo necesito
your
ayuda.
attorney. And so you do have an attorney, you have a bail reasonable for your background and current crime. And it says you are not to contact the victim, the witnesses, or co-defendant. Your attorney is the proper person to contact those people. Do not return to the scene of the alleged crime. Do not commit any crime, including
acuerdo.
driving without a license. Do not possess a weapon, firearm, or ammunition. Do not leave the state of Florida if you bail out. You are to attend all court hearings unless excused by your attorney.
Sí.
That's your bail and conditions of bail. Thank you very much.
Por lo menos me pueden tumbar la fianza y a darme y a darme de alta para por lo menos yo puedo buscar un trabajo por el lado a ver si puedo pagar todo esto.
Can I get my bail terminated and forgiven, and I can go out and find work and get money to pay this off?
Por
No.
favor, déjame trabajar.
The answer
Please,
is
let me
no.
work.
Me dan la oportunidad.
And you can remove him. Thank you very much. The next is
No me pueden dar un chance.
Hernandez Luce.
Give us a call.
We're gonna need
The phone number's on the sheet. You can call your attorney. Attorney will come and visit you.
Okay, next, we need an interpreter again. This is Margarita. Are you Margarito Hernandez Lucero?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and so your first name is spelled Margarito, correct?
Sí.
Yes.
And sir, speak up a little louder, please. Now, is your last name, the whole name spelled as one, or is it hyphenated? Is it HERNANDEZLUCERO? Is that all one word?
Separados.
They're separate last names.
All right, so is it Hernandez-Lucero?
Correcto.
Correct.
Okay, all right. And then for the translator, find case number. Madam, I guess these are different. Case number? Are these all different cases?
Your Honor, the traffic cases come in with different case numbers.
Say again.
The traffic cases generally come in with different case numbers.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I see. Court case number. Okay. I need your help, Madam Clerk. Is 2022. Is that a G and an F? Oh, I'm sorry. What's in the middle? C, oh, that's a C? CF, okay. Oh, oh, I see how it was written. The F goes into the C and makes it look like a G. That's why I knew we didn't have a GF. So it's CF 6052. And so, sir, you have a DUI, 2 prior convictions, and then you have a refusal to submit to a blood alcohol test, and then you had a moving violation. And so and then let me see here. All right, and so for the 2 prior, the DUIs, that count is the standard, but you don't have any history prior, any other history than what I just described. So that count 1 would be 5,000. Refusal to submit to a breath alcohol test is a 500. And this is from the schedule apparently. And moving traffic violation, 500. And so those are, that is your bail. And I'll be right with you. And so so we'll leave the bails as is. And state any particular conditions on these traffic cases.
Generally, the only condition is no drugs or alcohol without a valid prescription.
All right. No drugs or alcohol. And because this is the 3rd DUI, which I believe isn't that a felony?
Yes, Your Honor.
So that's a felony. That's why your bail is $5,000. And so you are not to consume any illegal drugs or alcohol because of your history in order to protect society. I do order that upon release that you be drug tested and alcohol tested monthly, randomly, beginning 30 days after you are released from jail by the pretrial confinement office. It's a random drug testing monthly until your case is disposed of. I do appoint the public defender. If you have a positive test for alcohol or illegal drugs, then you will be arrested and lose your bail and be back in court. You are not to possess any weapons, firearms, or ammunition, and you are not to commit any crimes, which would include driving without a license. And so I think I've covered everything, State?
Yes, Judge.
Okay.
He just needs to be informed. He does have an immigration detainer.
Okay, they do tell me you have an immigration detainer, so that would affect you being able to get a bond. But anyway, so that's just your business at this time. All right, translator, the clerk tells me that's all of the Spanish cases. And again, I want to thank you for the good service that you provide, and especially you, because I recognize your voice.
Thank you, Your Honor. Always a pleasure.
Okay, next, are you Dennis Welch? Okay,
Here.
first off, Mr. Welch,
Just a moment, Your Honor. He's getting the headphones for hearing aid.
oh, okay.
I think we're ready, Judge.
Okay,
You want to test the headphones?
okay, all right, sir, can you hear me loud and clear?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay, you were out on ROR from an attempted burglary of a conveyance and resisting an officer without violence. I do set aside that order of ROR, and I do give you a bond on the attempted burglary of a conveyance of $5,000 and resisting an officer without violence, $2,000. And then you have a new charge, which is 2 counts of resisting an officer without violence. And we'll do $2,500 on each of those. And so those are your bonds. And your conditions are do not return to the scene of the alleged crime, do not contact the alleged victim, witness, or co-defendants. Your attorney will do that. Do not commit a crime. This includes driving without a license. Do not possess any weapon, firearm, or ammunition. Do not leave the state. You are to attend all court hearings. These are conditions of your bail. If you violate them, you'll be back in jail and lose your bail. You lose your bond, I mean. Do you have any questions? Thank you very much.
No, that's
Mine. This way. Sit this way.
Next, we have Misdemeanor Pleiabos. Oh. Yes, yes. Which cases? Okay, which case are you here for?
Mandel Stewart, Your Honor.
Stewart. Mandel Stewart. Okay. Mr. Stewart, I guess, counsel, if you'll put your appearance on the record, please.
Yes, sir. Joseph, on behalf of Mandel Stewart, Your Honor.
Okay. You are here for two different cases. And for clarity, the first case is 2022 CF 56190. And that one has 2 counts, dealing in stolen property, and then receiving money from a pawnbroker. There was an arrest warrant. The judge who issued that arrest warrant set your bond, your bail at $2,500 for the dealing in stolen property, and then receiving money from pawnbroker, $1,000, and we have to leave that the same. And then on the case number that ends in 48290, this is burglary of a conveyance. So we have burglary of a conveyance, and let me just see if this is a, yeah, this is a warrant, and respecting the bond set in the warrant, we have burglary of a conveyance, 1,000, again, and then grand theft third degree, 500, grand theft third degree, 100, and grand theft third degree, another 100, and then turning the page, dealing in stolen property, 100, dealing in stolen property again, 100, criminal mischief, once, twice, and each time is $50. And those are the bails, the bail conditions. I mean, that is the bail. Now, your conditions are, I want to look at one thing.
Is this on both cases, Your Honor?
Say again?
Is this going to be on both cases?
Conditions are on
Conditions?
both. Oh, yes, ma'am. I see, all right, I don't see any extensive drug issues, so I'll skip over that. But you are to not to use or possess illegal drugs. Do not return to the scene of any alleged crime. Do not contact the victim, co-defendants, witnesses. Your attorney is the proper person to do that. Do not commit a crime. This includes driving without a license. Do not possess a weapon, firearm, or ammunition. Do not leave the state. You are to attend all court hearings unless excused by your attorney. And do you understand those conditions?
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, thank you very much.
Your Honor,
Yes, sir.
state, Mr. Stewart does have a federal detainer that we were made aware of. Does jail still show that?
Yes.
Okay, okay.
Okay, good. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Newton
Okay, next
from the
is-
felony.
Oh, we do have the other. Okay, then, let's see, Newton, N-E-W-T-O-N, Newton. All right, your appearance, please.
Good morning, Your Honor, or afternoon. Alexander Whedon on behalf of Kimiata Newton. I'm filling in for Adam Reese this afternoon.
Okay. All right, Mr. Newton, what I have in front of me is, okay, it's one case, and it's battery, a battery, one count of battery, another count of battery, and a third count of petty theft. And this is from a warrant, and the two batteries do not have bail set, and you are entitled to bail for those two. So let me just look at your background. We have.
She has a fairly lengthy battery history, Your Honor, of convictions and arrests.
The last conviction, Your Honor, is a misdemeanor 20 years ago. As I looked at my clerk in 2002.
No, I have last conviction, well, that's driving while license suspended in 14. Felony oh, I see what you mean, an 04. An 04. And then.
Or she's had several prior violent arrests since that period, including batteries, burg dwelling with assault or batteries.
Which were dropped, Your Honor, or no prost.
Okay, all right.
An ag bat with a weapon, bat DV. another burg dwelling with assault or battery. So there's been several prior violent arrests that did end up in a no pros. However, there were still several prior violent incidences.
I'd assume that there were no pros for a reason.
All right, we'll set the first battery at $10,000, the second battery at $10,000, and then you have a petty theft already set at $500. And your conditions are do not consume any illegal drugs, do not return to the scene of any of these alleged incidents, do not contact the alleged victims, witnesses, or co-defendants. Your attorney is the proper person to do that. Do not commit a crime. This would include driving without a license. Do not possess a firearm, weapon, or ammunition. Do not leave the state. You are to attend all court hearings. And do you understand your conditions?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank
Your
you very
Honor,
much.
her co-defendant is her daughter, and they live together.
The state?
I believe her daughter's already,
Been sentenced.
sorry?
Been sentenced.
Accepted pretrial diversion in this case.
1 second.
All right, so then what about just no hostile contact with the daughter, but that she can reside with the daughter, but no hostile contact? No, we don't want the cops coming there, no issues. You have a very fine attorney and law firm. I'm very familiar with them. They'll do a good job for you, so let them take care of this problem, but don't you make it any worse, okay?
Yes, sir. I don't get in any trouble. I take care of my kids.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. Okay, next is Jasmine. Okay. Thank you, I didn't, oh, you have one more, okay. This is Vasquez. And so, this is a sexual battery on a person 18 or older. State, what level of felony is this?
Your Honor, due to the age of the victim, is an F2.
This is an F2?
Yes.
Okay. All right, and then we see just some drug issues, and I don't see any other criminal history. And state your recommendation as far as bond.
Your Honor, it appears that Mr. Vasquez does not have many community ties. I believe when pretrial services interviewed him, he's been at his residence from a week to a month. That's one of the determinations when setting bond, is making sure that he comes back to court and taking into account his community ties. So given the allegations within the warrant, the level of felony it is, the seriousness of the offense, and it appears a lack of community ties, state's asking for 50 grand, given it being an F2 and sexual in nature.
We have some, yeah. Your Honor, Mr. Vasquez's wife called our office yesterday, so we're getting to know each other. But he has lived in Central Florida for over 25 years, actually. Again, I wasn't familiar with that interview or the transcript of that. He's also self-employed, and he owns his own. Can you describe your business?
Yeah, I have a car customizing business. I've been in business for 16 years. I've been here in Florida since 1994. Never had anything like this happen to me.
And as far as, I noticed, and we talked about it, I'm glad we did, that there's Guillermo Vasquez, on my clerk with a different birth date, who has some drug priors. Mr. Vasquez's last offense was a trafficking case in the 1990s. So I wasn't sure, just making sure. And yeah, he has his wife, his sister, his two children? Yeah. Two children all live in Central Florida. So, obviously I haven't seen that interview transcript, but I would say that his ties are significant. And he doesn't have a passport. He's looking forward to assisting in his own defense. in what sounds like, you know, a very beautiful set of circumstances based on, you know, what he's told me so far.
All right. We'll go ahead and set his bail at $30,000, and you are not to consume any illegal drugs. Do not return to the scene of the alleged incident. You know what that means more than I do. Do not contact the victim, witnesses, or co-defendants. The attorney is supposed to do that. Do not commit any other crimes, which would include driving without a license. Do not possess a weapon, firearm, or ammunition. Do not leave the state. Attend all your court hearings. Do you understand?
Your Honor, apparently, and I haven't seen, it's not on my, I haven't seen the complaint yet, it's, you know, it's not online yet. Apparently, it's alleged to have occurred at his shop, at his auto business, which the alleged victim has no reason to return to herself.
Oh, okay,
There or
right.
anything.
So with that information, we'll change the scene of the incident. We'll just drop that part of it based on what you're saying.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And just stay away from the victim, any witnesses. You have a very good law firm. They will talk to these people, subpoena them, depose them. So in other words, that's the way you do it. All you can do is make things worse. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a great day. Guillermo, we'll be in touch, okay? Have a great day, Your Honor.
Okay, and next should be Johnson. Let's see.
Jasmine?
Yeah, I have Johnson, Johnsson. Okay, let me, so I have Naraya something, something like that. Johnson?
He's
No, I can't quite understand. Oh, medical, okay.
Are we hearing this case now, Your Honor? Mr. Johnson?
Misuse of 9/11, yes.
We would just waive the appearance so that he can get a bond set.
Okay, they have a bond of 500 already set. I'll leave it as like that. And so then no contact with the victim. And there's really not a victim in that sense, but no return to the scene of the incident, and no weapons. All right, thank you. Okay, then we have Vincent Johnson.
Your Honor, we have Taj.
Jasmine Taj?
It's the first one in the misdemeanor Pleiabos.
This one? Good. All right. Now, let's see. This is Taj Basman. Is this Basman?
Yeah.
Miss
Okay.
Jasmine, Your Honor, yes.
Okay. Now, this is a battery. And so this is a battery, and I don't see anything extensive. State, do you know anything? Is there any aggravators in this situation?
Not that I know about, Your Honor. State just asked that you stay the bond with a no return and no contact.
All right, we'll stay the bond as is, which is $500. No contact, no return, and no possession of any weapon, firearm, or ammunition. Thank you very much. Next, I have a Vincent Johnson. We need to move on, please.
You can go through that door. Go ahead, Johnson.
Okay, and you're Mr. Johnson?
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Johnson, this is trespass on property after a warning. And
Your Honor, state did convey an offer to Mr. Johnson of an adjudication of guilt, credit time served, and no return to the Dollar General at 3081 Curry Ford Road.
And Your Honor, I did have a chance to speak with Mr. Johnson about that offer, went over the plea form with him. I believe he wishes to resolve no contest today. He's signing the form now.
All right, thank you. Okay, swear the defendant in, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and your name is Vincent Johnson?
Vincent Keevan Johnson, sir. Keevin, that's my middle name. My dad has the same name as me, so but it's ours for the middle name.
Okay, and you are an American citizen?
Yes, sir.
And do you wish to plea? No, do you wish?
Like, would the please just for like, he's just saying don't go back to the Dollar General, right?
You're gonna have to pay some money.
Okay. Is there like a time limit to pay the money?
Yes, I'll take your. You're jumping ahead of me.
Oh.
Just answer my questions and we can get through this. And it is recommended that. So I'll go. You feel that this plea is in your best interest?
Yes.
All right. And I'll accept your no contest plea. I do adjudicate. Time served?
It's 2 days.
2 days, okay, 2 days. The charge is $50 for the public defender services. Do you agree?
Your Honor, if I may, I spoke with him as a friend of the court, so there's no need to appoint us, and he can save the $50.
Okay. All right, court costs are, Madam Clerk? $273. All right. And after you are released, you are to go to the clerk of court in any Orange County courthouse and pay the full amount I've ordered you to pay. This can be done in cash or credit card, or at the clerk's office, you can enter into a payment plan. You must do either of those things within 30 days from today, from your 30 days from your release, or if you fail to do that, your driver's license and vehicle registrations will be suspended until you pay.
Your Honor, could he request a year to pay?
No. Thank you very much. You're an able-bodied person. You need to pay the money when you need to pay the money when it's due, and it's due now. So it's ridiculous to wait a year to pay money.
I wanted to do a payment plan.
Okay, next is Calvin Lloyd. Calvin Lloyd. Okay, Mr. Lloyd, you have, see, I'm getting my paperwork right. Okay, Mr. Lloyd, you have resisting an officer without violence, resisting a merchant, battery, petty theft, possession of paraphernalia. And then when I look at your background, I see that you had burglaries, possession of an unlicensed firearm, robbery 2 times, and there's a bunch of other things too. So based upon the totality of the situation, I do have you resisting an officer at $1,000. Resisting the merchant is $1,000. Battery is 1,000. Petty theft, 500. Possession of paraphernalia, we'll leave it 500. And if you, do your bail, then you are not to consume any illegal drugs, and you are not to return to the scene of any Dollar General. So that entire company you are to stay away from.
Your Honor, this was at a Chevron.
Oh, Chevron. I guess I'm mixing it. Okay.
Dollar General is the previous case.
Oh, okay. The Chevron, stay away from that Chevron, or any of the Chevrons for that matter. Do not contact the alleged victim, witness, or possession, or co-defendants. Your attorney will do that. Do not commit a crime. This includes everything from driving without a license. Do not possess a weapon, firearm, or ammunition. Do not leave the state. You are to attend all court hearings. Do you understand those conditions?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Go through the door.
Okay, next is Darnell Moore. You're Mr. Moore?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And, sir, you have a criminal mischief, and your history that's in front of me, so I'm okay with, unless the state knows something more, the standard bond of $500?
Yes, Your Honor. I do believe the witness, the defendant has a domestic violence case with, but state has no objection to the $500 bond with a no return and no contact victims or witnesses.
All right. So we'll leave it at the criminal mischief at $500, no return, no contact, no weapons. Thank you. Next, we have Lawrence Pickens. Mr. Pickens?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. This is trespassing after a warning. That's a $1,000 bail.
Yes, Your Honor. State did convey an offer to Mr. Pickens of an adjudication of guilt, credit time served, no return to Advent Health Apopka, absent medical emergency.
Okay.
And Your Honor, as a friend of the court, I did speak with Mr. Pickens about that state's offer, went over the plea form with him. I believe he wishes to resolve today, just needs to sign the plea form.
Okay. All right, sir, we need to be sworn in, please.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, and you accept what you just heard as far as the sentence for your case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Okay. I do accept a no contest plea. Adjudication. Time served is
2 days.
2 days.
1 day.
Or which is
1 day.
1 day. Okay. Madam Clerk, the fine is $273. And sir, you're able-bodied. There's no reason you can't pay. And so your sentence. This is part of money is part of a sentence. And so there are those who try to wishy-washy it, but it's not true. As part of your sentence includes paying the money that you owe. So after you're released, you are to go to the criminal clerk's office in any Orange County courthouse and pay the full amount I order you to pay. This can be done in cash or credit card, which is what most people do, or at the clerk's office, you can enter into a payment plan. You must do this within 30 days from the day of your release. If you fail to do that, then I order that your driver's license and motor vehicle registrations will all be suspended until you pay the money you owe. Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor.
Your Honor, we have Trujillo Baquero as bonded.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next is misdemeanor non-pleable is the label. Okay, Arthur Southwell? Yes, sir. All right, Mr. Southwell. This is a failure of defendant to appear, and
Our state did convey an offer to Mr. Southwell of a withhold credit time served. This case is from 2009.
okay, as far as this charge goes, do you accept that, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Swear him in, please.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You believe that that plea that was just spoken of, which is adjudication,
It was a withhold, Your Honor. This offense occurred before most of his other criminal history.
okay.
13 years ago, I think, right?
It's, I
It was
couldn't hear.
13 years ago.
Yes, okay. All right, we'll go ahead and accept a no contest plea, adjudicate.
Your Honor, the state's offer was a withhold of adjudication as opposed to an adjudication.
No, no, I don't agree. The, well, hold it, let me,
Most of his criminal history happened before this case, or happened after this case.
well, okay.
So like criminal possession of a weapon was 2019. The DUI, I believe, was after.
So he has history, he has the history, so the rule is very simple. If there's one withhold and only one withhold, as far as I'm concerned, as far as most judges that I'm aware of, and so we do a withhold once, but it's not something forever, like some people treat it.
But Your Honor, and I do agree with state because the facts in this particular case predate that criminal history. Would you consider that the first withhold because it predates the criminal history that you're referring to?
Well,
I guess if what I'm trying to say is if this had been resolved in 2009, he would have been able to perhaps have a withhold because it was an early offense.
okay, you agree, say?
I mean, he's the one that KPS, Your Honor. However, the offer was a withhold just due to the offense is a simple open container and the length of time that has passed. And he hasn't seemed to be really, at least in Florida, hasn't been in trouble since.
All right, I'll make an exception, but this is not the rule at all. So I'll do a withhold. And time served is how much?
1 day.
1 day. And let me see,
2 days.
all right, so we'll go ahead and enter a fine of $500. And so do you agree to the $500 fine, sir?
Sure.
And then court cost? $273. And the public defender waives his fee?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Now, sir, after your release, you are to go to one of the courthouses, the criminal clerk court, and pay in full the amount that I have ordered you to pay. This can be done in cash or credit card, which is what most people do, or at the clerk's office, you can enter into a payment plan. You must do this within 30 days from the day of your release, or I order that your driver's license and motor vehicle registrations will be suspended until you pay the money you owe the government. Thank you very much. Okay, city and county ordinances. All right, now this is Alan Susnavas.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon. All right, this is an open container and then state misdemeanor, misdemeanors, which I think was some,
It was a resisting, Your Honor.
the fence incident that I read. And so are these going to be pleas?
Yes, Your Honor. I've been authorized on the city's behalf to offer the defendant a withhold and credit time served. And in exchange for that plea, state would ask that you take no action on his out on bond Osceola case.
Your Honor, I did speak with Mr. I'm sorry, did you say last name? Swasnavis. I believe he has some valid defenses to these charges, so he was not inclined to take the city's offer at this time. So I would just have you set a reasonable bond. I would request ROR, but I don't know how the court feels about that, but we would request ROR on both charges. And then if you are inclined to revoke the out on bond case, revoke and double.
They would object to an ROR. He does have 2 prior failures to appear, the last being in 2021, showing an inability to comply with court order and to come back to deal with his charges.
All right, we'll revoke and double that bond. And then,
There are 2 counts on the out on bond, Your Honor. How do you want? It's an Osceola County case. It was added just before court. It was 2022 CF 000730.
I believe the bonds were originally 1,000 and 500.
Yeah, it was 1,500. So do you want
just double both of
2,000
them.
and 1,000?
Yes, ma'am. Okay, and then we'll
Would the court consider $100 bonds on both of the current counts?
Yeah, I read the facts and I understand where you're coming from. And so I'll do $100 on each of those. And then no return, no contact, no return of the scene, no contact with the victim, do not commit any crimes. Okay, next we're next is let's see, David Demenci or Demench. Yeah. How you say your last name? Okay, and sir, this is a failure to appear. The judge in that case set a bail at $100, and so that's your bail. Thank you very much. Next is, this is Morales. It's a failure to appear. Okay, Mr. Morales.
Your Honor, may I have a moment to confer?
Yes, sir.
State did convey an offer to Mr. Morales of an adjudication of guilt, credit time served.
Your Honor, he's going to get his valid license tomorrow, so I would just have you stay the bond on the failure to appear.
Okay. All right, we'll leave the bond as is. Thank you very much.
What was the bond amount? I'm sorry, Your Honor.
2,000. Yeah, that's what was set. Next, we have Palmer, Brandon Palmer.
Present, Your Honor. Go ahead, sir.
Judge.
Good afternoon, Ms. Palmer. This is a failure to appear in court. That judge gave you a $1,500 bail, and
There was an offer. Go ahead.
State also committed an offer to Mr. Palmer of an adjudication of guilt credit time served.
I did have a chance to speak with Mr. Palmer, Your Honor, as a friend of the court, went over the state's offer as well as the plea form. I believe he does wish to resolve no contest, and he just signed the plea form at the podium.
okay. All right. Swear him in, please.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay. All right, sir. Do you accept the adjudication, no contest, recommendation plus the money that I'm going to order you to pay?
Yes, I accept that, Judge.
All right. And then fine is how much? 306. All right, this is 306. And that and so after you are released, you are to go to the criminal clerk's office in the Orange County Courthouse and pay in full the amount I've ordered you to pay. This can be done in cash or credit card, or at the clerk's office, you can enter into a payment plan. You must do this within 30 days from the day of your release, or your driver's license and vehicle registrations will be suspended until you pay the money. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, sir.
Take care.
Okay, now we're going into felonies. Okay, and let's see, this is Mina Bozout. And so Ms. Bozout, I have paperwork, and it's sale and delivery of cocaine. And I have a notation that says defendant is out in Orange County case, out on bail on 22 CF 5634.
She has an open case, Your Honor, but because this warrant that she's in on now happened before.
Oh, before? Okay.
That out on bond case, there's no FAD placed
Right.
for her.
Okay, that explains it. Thank you. Okay, the $15,000 bail provided is reasonable, and so that's your bail. Because of your drug history and this drug charge, indicates to me that you have an illegal drug issue, which increases the probability of your committing additional crimes. Therefore, beginning 30 days after you are released from jail, the pretrial release office will contact you, and you are to be randomly drug tested each month until your case is closed. If you test positive for illegal drugs, then you will be arrested. You'll lose this bail and be back in jail. Do you understand that? All right. Do not return to the scene of the alleged crime. Do not contact the alleged victim, witnesses, or co-defendants. Do not commit any further crime, including driving without a license. Do not possess a firearm, a weapon, firearm, or ammunition. Do not leave the state. And you are to attend all court hearings unless excused by your attorney. Do you understand those conditions?
Yes.
All right, thank you very much. All right. William Bullock. Mr. Bullock, you are arrested for first-degree murder of a law enforcement officer with a firearm. That is a no-bond situation. Also, here's a second count, first attempted. I meant to say attempted before, but I'm not sure if I did. But I meant to say attempted first-degree murder of a law enforcement officer with a firearm, no bond. Shooting or throwing into an occupied vehicle is $50,000. Shooting or throwing into an occupied vehicle, another $50,000. Shooting or throwing into an occupied vehicle, $50,000. Shooting or throwing into an occupied vehicle, $50,000. Fleeing or attempting to elude with sirens and lights is $100,000. Possession of a firearm by a convicted felon is $100,000. And let's see if these are the same case number. The first-degree murder is no bond.
1 and 2 are both no bond.
Okay, then we have, again, a separate, okay, this is a separate case. This is the separate case that is 6460, failure of defendant to appear. and that is 10,000, so we'll change it to 20. And then failure of defendant to appear again.
Your Honor.
Yes.
I don't believe the court may change a capias as opposed to a warrant.
Okay, I didn't realize that was a warrant.
You would have, oh no, it was a capias, a failure to appear, so I would just have you stay the.
No, it says warrant.
he's here
Oh, it
on
is a
Thursday.
capias. It is a capias. No, it's a capias.
11,000.
So 10,000, we'll leave it 10,000, and then failure of defendant to appear is 1,000, so that's in the warrant. All right, I think I covered all of that except the conditions.
The trafficking case?
If he were to post bond, then he is to consume no illegal drugs, not to return to the scene of the incident, and do not contact the alleged victim, witnesses, or co-defendants, do not commit a crime, do not possess a weapon, firearm, or ammunition, do not leave the state, and you are to attend all court hearings. Sir, do you understand those conditions? All right, thank you very
Your
much.
Honor, he also had a trafficking case. I don't think you set a bond for that one.
A trafficking case?
Yeah, it's 2021 CF 012842 AO.
Oh, okay, here. Okay, thank you. I didn't, it was caught up with other paperwork. And this is an arrest warrant, and the judge in that instance set a bail at $10,000, and same conditions apply. Thank you very much. Pretrial release.
Your Honor, Cisneros, she bonded.
Okay, thank you. Next is Dev Lasco. Okay, are you Mr. Enrique DeValsco?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you're and okay, this is a felony, burglary of a structure, and then petty theft is the bond schedule. I've looked at your background, your history, and so burglary of a structure, I'm going to change to 10,000. petty theft to 1,000. And then looking at your history, which is cannabis 20 times, paraphernalia, burglary a couple of times, and various incidents of that sort, it's obvious that there's a drug history here. So so I do order that beginning 30 days after you are released from jail, the pretrial release office will contact you, and you are to be randomly drug tested each month until your case is closed. If you test positive for illegal drugs, then you will be arrested, lose your bail, and be back in jail. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Do not return to the scene of the alleged incident. Do not contact the alleged victim, witness, or co-defendants. Your attorney will do that. Do not commit a crime, including driving without a license. Do not possess a weapon, firearm, or ammunition. Do not leave the state. You are to attend all court hearings unless excused by your attorney. Do you understand your conditions?
Yes, sir.
All right,
But
thank
that is my place of employment where I was arrested at.
Well, you think you still have the job?
No, I just have to pick up my check and stuff like that.
Okay. All right. They can send it to you, so don't go back there.
Okay, no problem then.
Okay, next. Next is Floyd, Latana Floyd. Is that you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this is possession of cocaine and paraphernalia. And this is a felony. So looking at your extensive history, we'll go ahead and we'll go ahead and change the possession of cocaine to be $10,000 and possession of paraphernalia $2,500. And you are not to, if you post bail, then you're not to consume any illegal drugs. And therefore, beginning 30 days after you're released from jail, the pretrial release office will contact you, and you are to be randomly drug tested each month until your case is closed. If you test positive for illegal drugs, then you will be arrested, lose your bail, and be back in jail. Do you understand that? Additionally, you are not to return to the scene of the alleged crime. Do not contact any victims, witnesses, or co-defendants. Do not commit a crime, including driving without a license. Do not possess a weapon, firearm, or ammunition. Do not leave the state, and you are to attend all court hearings. Thank you very much. Next case. Okay, this is Andra Francos.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Francos, this is a lewd and lascivious battery. Is this an F1?
No, Your Honor, it's an F2.
Okay. I don't show any history. And this is, I'm sorry, I didn't quite understand what you said.
It's a second-degree felony due to the victim being 15, not under 12.
Okay. And so you're, okay. All right, we'll set the bail at $30,000, and you're to have no contact and no return. Do not commit any additional crimes. Do not possess any weapons, firearms, or ammunition. Do not leave the state. Here to attend all court hearings. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay,
Your Honor, Hall is medical.
medical, okay, we'll do it tomorrow.
We can waive the appearance, Your Honor, so it eases up the weekend attorneys.
Okay,
Just set a bond in it and that.
okay, let's see what this is all about again. All right, I do have two cases. Both of them are possession of cocaine. And I do see a history of drug addiction and related issues. So we'll go ahead and, based on the full picture of him, we'll change, talking first about case number that ends in 6028, we'll change possession of cocaine to $20,000. And then in the other case, which is 14120 to $20,000 also.
That's a failure to appear, Your Honor, just so you're aware.
Oh, it is? It's written up? as
Yeah,
a-
14120 is a failure to appear. The underlying is a possession of cocaine.
Oh.
But he's in on a warrant for failure to appear.
Oh, okay. Then we'll go ahead and, then this is a failure to appear. So then we'll go ahead and revoke the bail that he's on.
What-
with-
Your Honor,
No, he's in on,
just, the state just asked that you stay at 2,000 due to another judge already setting the failure to appear at 2,000.
Oh, okay, okay.
Your Honor, as to the other case, he has been on Social Security disability for over a decade, if that has any bearing on your setting of 20,000 on possession.
Well, hopefully your office can get him into some kind of drug rehab, which is what's indicated. So maybe, maybe that's an incentive to get him into drug rehab. Okay. The, okay, this is Hall, and so we've taken care of the 4120. Madam Clerk?
yes, yes.
Okay. And then the other one is 6028.
You set bond on that one.
Yeah,
already.
I thought I did.
Yes,
Okay,
you
I
did.
just got paperwork, got mixed up. Okay, now, are you Wendell? Is Harp, H-A-R-P, your last name?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, this is shooting or throwing into let's see, shooting or throwing into a vehicle. And so you're out on bail for that. So I do revoke bail in everything in this case that is,
Your Honor, his out on bond, I ask that you revoke and set it at none.
yeah. So we do revoke inmate number, let's see, PD, okay, there it is, finally, looking everywhere but the right place. Yeah, so the case that ends in 1-5, I guess that's a 2 or a 0, it's sort of messed up.
1520, Your Honor.
2-0?
It's
Okay.
1520.
Okay, good. That's revoked, and so,
Your Honor, defense would request revoke and double if you're so inclined.
no, revoke and 0. As far as shooting or throwing into a vehicle, that's an F1, correct?
It's an F2.
That's an F2?
What he's out on bond for is the shooting and throwing into an occupied vehicle, which is F2, possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, an F2, ag assault with a deadly weapon, F3, and a criminal mischief over 1,000, which is an F3.
All right,
However,
thank-
given the allegations that he's just picked up, State believes it's reasonable at this time to hold him at none. You saw Mr. Harp's.
No, I'll put shooting and, I'll put the count 1 at 50,000. Possession of firearm at 50,000. aggravated assault with a deadly weapon at 25,000, and criminal mischief at 1,000. And then do not possess any illegal drugs or return to the scene of the
You're
alleged
putting that on
incident.
the out on bond case, Your Honor, or the new law offense? Because you just said the bond for the,
I'm still dealing with revoking the prior bond.
okay. So you're setting conditions on the out on bond case?
Right,
Okay.
yeah, that's what I was doing, is the conditions of the out on bond case. And these conditions will be the same for the other cases, so I don't have to repeat, which is do not return, do not have contact, victim, witness, co-defendants, do not commit a crime, do not possess weapon, firearm, ammunition, do not leave the state. And so that's the revoking of the prior bond. And then we have a new case, which is the 6009 case, and it's a burglary of a structure. We'll make that 50,000. Criminal mischief, 20,000. Grand theft, 50,000. Grand theft, 50,000.
Your Honor, this is a co-defendant.
Is it what?
This is one of the co-defendants from one of the earlier cases where one of the attorneys appeared.
Oh.
There were 3 total co-defendants. I believe we have another one at the end of session. I didn't know if you wanted to try to mirror the bonds from that case.
Remind me what we did in that case.
We did 10 on the Berg structure, 1,000 on the criminal mischief, 20,000 on the grand theft, and then of 3rd degree, and then 100,000 on the count 4 being an F1.
Okay, all right, we'll mirror that. That makes sense.
Madam Clerk, do you need those numbers again?
First count.
10,000, 1,000, 20,000, 100,000.
Okay. Are we done with him? Now, I think is this Mr. Harris? All right. All right, Mr. Harris. I have several matters here. So we have a sale and delivery, sale and delivery, sale and delivery, a sale and delivery, sale and delivery, sale and delivery, and then I have possession of a firearm by a convicted felon and possession of cocaine with intent to sell with a firearm and possession concealed weapon by a convicted felon. All right. So, all right, everybody, I'm going to start with the biggie, which is 6024. And count 1, possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. That is, we'll make that at 50,000. Possession of cocaine with intent to sell with a firearm, 50,000. Possession of concealed weapon by a convicted felon, 50,000. Then Then going to 6049, sale and possession would be 10,000. And each of the other cases, you can put 10,000 for those. I'm looking at their one count, similar situation, and so 10,000 on each of those. And then okay, and then the all right, and then you know, do not return to the scene. I think I've said that, and all of them will have the same conditions, which is do not consume illegal drugs, do not return to the scene, do not contact victims, witnesses, do not commit any other crimes, do not possess a weapon, firearm, ammunition, don't leave the state of Florida. Thank you. Okay, then we have Haynes, Haynes. Mr. Haynes, you're arrested for possession of cocaine. The warrant gives count one. There is only one count, and they have it at $1,500. We'll leave it as is. And so I do order you not to consume any illegal drugs and to be drug tested by pretrial release office. They will contact you, and you are to be randomly drug tested each month until your case is closed. If you test positive for illegal drugs, then you'll be arrested, lose your bail, and be back in jail. Do you understand? All right, and do not return to the scene of the alleged crime. Do not contact any alleged victim, witnesses, or co-defendants. Do not commit a crime. Do not possess a weapon, firearm, or ammunition. Do not leave the state, and you are to attend all your court hearings unless excused by your attorney. All right, thank you very much. Yes. Or in that, if he doesn't, send a D6.
Your Honor, Hauser, bonded.
Okay, next is King, K-I-N-G, Mr. King. This is robbery and tampering with a witness. And there is a warrant here. So the robbery, they've set bond at $2,000, and then the tampering with a witness, they have it $5,000 for a total of $7,000. And
he should be informed too. He does have an immigration hold.
okay, all right,
Your Honor, are there any conditions?
yes, no illegal drugs, do not return to the scene of the alleged crime, do not contact victims, witnesses, or co-defendants, do not commit a crime, do not possess a weapon or firearm, do not leave the state, and to attend all court hearings. Thank you.
Your Honor, Marshall, bonded.
Marshall bonded. Okay, great. Thank you, bonded.
He bonded, I'm sorry.
Yes, Marshall. McGee, Roach.
Okay, McGee. Okay, you're Mr. McGee?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I have one case, two cases, three cases. Okay. All right, I guess we'll start with 6058. And this is a fleeing and attempted to elude a police officer, and no valid driver's license. And then we have in 6056, sale and delivery of cocaine. And then we have in 6055, fleeing or attempting to elude a police officer and no valid driver's license. It's the same charges, same person. I'm confused about how we have the same case twice. It looks like it's twice. How is it different, State?
1 second, Your Honor. Your Honor, I don't have access to the warrant.
Okay, I'm assuming. Okay.
I
All
don't
right.
know if it's in two different
Okay,
divisions with two
we'll
different
treat them
judges.
as separate because they've been filed separately. All right, so the one that's 6058, the attempting to elude a police officer, that's $30,000. And then no valid driver's license is $5,000. And then the case that is 6055, it looks like, then $30,000 for fleeing and no valid driver's license, it would be $5,000. And then sale and delivery of cocaine would be $5,000. Now, all of those would have the same terms and conditions, which are you are not to consume any illegal drugs, and beginning 30 days after your release from jail, the pretrial release office will contact you, and you are to be randomly drug tested and for each month until your case is closed. If you test positive for illegal drugs, then you will be arrested, lose your bail, and be back in jail. Additionally, you are not to return to the scene of any incident. Do not contact an alleged victim, witnesses, or co-defendants. Do not commit a crime. Do not possess a weapon, firearm, or ammunition. Do not leave the state. And you are to attend all court hearings unless your attorney excuses you. All right, thank you very much. Next is Tony Neal. Okay, Mr. Neal, you're out on ROR for disorderly conduct, and I'll go ahead and set that aside.
Your Honor, that was entered incorrectly as well. The warrant dates should not have had a first appearance detainer on him.
Oh.
That was an error, that out on ROR case.
Oh, okay. All right, so then we just have, looks like one case that ends in 6059. And this is possession of a controlled substance. And there is this was a warrant. They have a bail of $1,500. We'll leave as is. And so we'll go ahead and basically looking at your background, there's extensive some drugs and issues of that sort. So we'll order that beginning 30 days after you're released from jail, the pretrial release people will contact you and you are to be randomly drug tested each month until your case is closed. If you test positive for illegal drugs, then you will be arrested. Additionally, you are not to return to the scene of any alleged crime. Do not contact any alleged victim, witnesses, or co-defendants. Your attorney will do that. And do not commit any crime, even including driving without a license. Do not possess a weapon, firearm, or ammunition, and you are not to leave the state, and you are to attend all court hearings. Do you understand? All right, thank you very much. Okay, next is Patterson.
Your Honor, Patterson bonded.
All right, thank you.
And Redding is medical.
Redding did too?
Redding is medical.
Medical. Okay, medical tomorrow, please. Next, we have Reed, Mr. Reed.
Your Honor, we need to address Redding.
Okay, let's come back to Redding. Okay, I've got Redding.
Are we resetting? Are you waiving?
We can waive, Your Honor. All right, Your Honor, getting new information, may we reset within 24 hours of his release from the hospital? We would prefer that.
Okay, State, anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, all right. 24 hours from release of hospital and return to jail. Okay, next is Reed, Mr. Reed again. Okay. This is sale and delivery of cocaine. Let's see if there's one case or more than one case. There is more than one case. There's two. So there's two cases. Okay, looking at case 6062, the judge who issued that warrant did $1,500 on each count. And we'll stay that. Then we have another warrant and count two, and this is a case that is 6061, and that judge put $2,500 on the one and only count. Now, all of those, they're all drug related, so these are the conditions that apply to all counts. Beginning 30 days after you're released from jail, the pretrial release office will contact you, and you are to be randomly drug tested each month until your case is closed. If you are tested positive for illegal drugs, then you will be arrested. Additionally, you are not to return to the scene of any alleged crime. Do not contact the alleged victim, witnesses, or co-defendants. Do not commit any additional crime, including driving without a license. Do not possess a weapon, firearm, or ammunition. Do not leave the state, and you are to attend all court hearings. Do you understand what I just said?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
So then I get out after my bond.
Okay, you're Miss Romanowski?
Romanowski, yeah.
Okay. Apparently, you're out on surety bond in the case that ends in 2199, and it's a grand theft, count 1 apparently, and trespass on property, count 2. We'll set that aside, and so you've lost that bond, and so we'll go ahead and and let me okay, just looking at your background, we'll go ahead and the grand theft, we'll change that to be $10,000, and then trespass on property, $2,500. And then your possession of cocaine, which is the new charge, in case that ends in 6034, we'll go ahead and make that $10,000. And beginning 30 days after, once you post bail, beginning 30 days after your release from jail, the pretrial release office will contact you. You are to be randomly drug tested each month until your case is closed. If you test positive, then you will be arrested for possession of illegal drugs, for violating this condition. Additionally, you are not to return to the scene of the alleged crime. Do not contact the alleged victim, witnesses, or co-defendants. Do not commit a crime, including driving without a license. Do not possess a weapon, firearm, or ammunition. Do not leave the state. You are to attend all court hearings unless excused. Do you understand?
Yes.
Now, out on bond, there was only 2 counts. Count 2.
2,500.
Say again?
It was 2,500.
Yeah, 2,500.
And 10,000 on first count?
Yes. Okay. Let's see, Leon Rosa.
Sean.
Okay, Mr. Rosa, this is a VOP. There's no bond. You'll be taken to the VOP court, and you'll address the situation there. Thank you.
Your Honor, there's another case.
I just found another case. So there's a burglary on, okay, this is apparently the reason for the VOP. Burglary, unoccupied structure, unarmed, which they have as 5,000, and then larceny, grand theft. And so you're out on probation, and so we'll go ahead and then looking at your general background, we'll go ahead and change for burglary, unoccupied structure. We'll do that at 10,000. Larceny, grand theft at 5,000. And you are not to consume any illegal drugs. You are not to return to the scene of the alleged crime. You are not to contact any alleged victim, witness, or co-defendants. Do not commit a crime, including driving without a driver's license. Do not possess a weapon, firearm, or ammunition, and do not leave the state, and attend all of your court hearings. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. All right, next we have Rosa, and I have.
You just saw Rosa.
We have. She's out on, or he's out on. This is.
Your Honor, that's the case we
Your
just
Honor,
addressed.
right?
No, I'm sorry, I got paperwork mixed up. So this should be Scott. Never mind, that's okay, are you Mr. Scott?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Scott, this is possession of cocaine that you're out on bail, and you have a bond, and we'll go ahead and revoke that. And then it looks like you have grand theft, robbery with a firearm, robbery by sudden snatching without a firearm, battery by strangulation, and a couple other robberies.
Your Honor,
Yes,
are you reading the criminal history?
yeah. Oh, no, I'm sorry, that's the wrong defendant.
Yeah, he's only out on bond on that possession of cocaine, Your Honor,
Oh, okay. All right.
which
that's-
you revoked, and were you going to set a new bond?
The possession of cocaine, yes. And I was just trying to look at a history, and well, I'm not sure why that got in there. Oh, okay, now I got all of Mr. Scott's together. Okay, we'll go ahead and revoke that, and we'll do that since I don't have any other history on him. So Mr. Scott will revoke it and double it. So that'll be $15,000, a new bail. And then the new charge will be $15,000 also. So the old one is doubled and the new one is the same amount. And beginning 30 days after your release from jail, I order that pretrial release office contact you, and you are to be randomly drug tested each month until your case is closed. If you test positive, then you will be arrested for violating your bond conditions or bail conditions. Additionally, you are not to return to the scene of the alleged crime. Don't contact any alleged victim, witnesses, or co-defendants. Do not commit any further crimes. Do not possess a weapon, firearm, or ammunition, and don't leave the state of Florida. Thank you very much. All right, next case is Tucker.
Present, Your Honor.
Say again?
She's present.
Okay, all right, Ms. Tucker, this is failure of defendant to appear in court. It was set as a no bond, so unless there's something else to talk about, we'll go ahead and set that no.
I've been in custody since May 2nd for this failure to appear. Maybe to get to. Like that, that's not time served.
Well, anybody have anything else?
There's another case after this, Mr. Walden.
Yeah, there's one more case after this one, and that is the Walden.
I mean, you can't do that now?
Okay, public defender, is she confused or what?
I was just explaining the process to her. We're going to stay in contact with her and work on that case as soon as possible.
Okay. Okay, and then this is the last case.
Sir.
And so this is Walden, W-A-L-D-E-N, Mr. Walden. You have bail, and your bail was $2,000 and then also $1,000, the two counts. And so you're arrested. And then here's a second, let me see what case number that is. Yeah, okay, all right. We're gonna have to talk about case numbers. So the first case number, we're talking about revoking the bail, is 045, and it had two counts, 2,000 and 1,000.
Your Honor, state would ask that you revoke and set it none. He's out on bond from 2021 for fleeing and attempting to elude, 2022 for fleeing and attempting to elude. And the facts of this case were also a fleeing and attempting to elude. He's the third co-defendant from this series. They had to use highway stop sticks. They were chased by the chase helicopter. They crashed the car into the house. Then all three co-defendants got out of the car and fled. So this is the third fleeing and attempting to elude. So state would ask that you just revoke and set both of us out on bonds at none at this time, because it seems to be a continuing pattern of behavior in addition to the new and in addition to the new charges that he recently picked up, which are I believe an F1 and 3 F3s. So at this time, state would just ask for revoke and nothing on both of the out on bond fleeings.
Your Honor, can defense be heard?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
If you're inclined to revoke, I would have you revoke and double. I think that's been kind of your gesture for today. In the interest of equity, I would have you do that as well for this client. I believe even if you double it, the bond amounts will be significant enough to maintain that reasonable bond condition.
Okay, given the three cases I have in front of me and then facts of those, in the case that is 045, fleeing and attempting to elude, that's bond is $50,000. The reckless driving, the bond is $20,000. And then in the case number that is 5098, fleeing and attempting to elude with sirens and lights, we'll go ahead and make that $50,000. And then reckless driving, the $20,000. And then we have 008. So burglary of a structure. So we'll go ahead and so the F1 is which one?
Is count 4, Your Honor. So this is co-defendant
Count
3
4.
of this series. So state would ask for 10,000 on count 1, 1,000 on count 2, 20,000 on count 3, and 100,000 on count 4, which would mirror the other two co-defendants.
Okay, all right, so the charges are all the same, right?
Yes.
Okay, and then count 1 was, how much was that bail?
10,000,
Okay, and then count 2,
1,000,
okay. 3,
20,000,
4,
and then 100,000.
okay, all right, that's the bail for this new case. And so, not to consume any, conditions are not to consume any illegal drugs, do not return to the scene of the alleged crime, do not contact victim, witnesses, or co-defendants, do not commit any further crimes, and do not possess a weapon or firearm or ammunition, do not leave the state. Okay, I think we've covered that all. Madam Clerk, do we have something else? All right, the clerk tells me that's the end. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, Judge. Have a good day.
Bond court is a free service, but it takes several hours of my time every day. Less than 10% of Bond court viewers hit the like button, and less than 1% leave a comment. If you want Bond court to continue to be available on YouTube for free, then please hit the like button and leave a comment on all of my videos.
Good afternoon, everybody. This is Judge Margaret Schreiber. We are here for initial appearances. We were working out some technical issues in connection with the Arabic interpreter who will be calling in at 1:15. Let's go ahead and get appearances for the record because these proceedings are being recorded. Who do we have from the state?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Sophia Burial Sanchez for the state.
Thank you. Who do we have from the Office of Public Defender?
Christina Smith for the public defender. There is also a private attorney here in the jail.
Thank you. And who do we have for pretrial release today?
Jonathan Marino, good morning.
Okay. What's your last name, John? Marino, thank you. Counsel, you can stay. Let me just ask Ms. Smith a quick question. Ms. Smith, has everybody had an opportunity to see the movie explaining what initial appearances is all about?
Yes, Your Honor.
Very good, thank you. Counsel, what is the case number that you're here on? All right, is it a warrant, a new case, what?
It's a PBL.
5 warrants. Oh, he's the 5 warrant gentleman. And your name, sir?
Caleb Robinson, covering for attorney Ken Ewan.
All right, so we've got Tyrell, looks like it's Tyrell Johnson, correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Counsel, he's here based upon 5 warrants. Do you want me to read the warrants, or are you waiving the reading of the charges in each of these warrants?
I would waive reading of the charges. I just think we need to discuss in our hearing sense the current charges being held no bond on. I don't know if Stan's position, but as Your Honor knows, due process to an Arthur hearing, the proof evidence presumption grade.
I don't think he's being held on no bond on anything except 1 count, and that's burglary of an unoccupied vehicle armed.
That's correct.
And I believe he's entitled to a bond on that case. State, do you agree or disagree?
Your Honor, I did look into this charge. I do believe it is punishable by life. At this time, the state is asking that he be held on that count, no bond, pending an Arthur hearing at a later date.
Okay, so it is a PBL?
Your Honor,
Okay.
I think an unoccupied vehicle.
I need you closer to the mic, sir. I'm so sorry.
I think an unoccupied vehicle is not a PBL, but even if so, you're still entitled to an Arthur hearing at initial appearance. It's certainly under discretionary, and I have argument in regards to why bond should be set.
And I'm not going to have an Arthur hearing at this hearing. If needed, I will make a preliminary finding on that and send them over to the appointed judge for the Arthur hearing. However, my first question is this a PBL? And counsel, I need clarification from you, from the state, on that assertion.
Yes, Your Honor, I did do some research in preparation for this hearing today. Specifically, it says the charge is pursuant to Florida Statute 810.02, subsection 2B. This, Your Honor, if you would give me 1 second, I will read to you directly what the statute says. The state also does have argument as to defense's assertion of an Arthur hearing.
All right, hold on. Let me get the statute.
I do have it up, Your Honor, if you would like for me to read.
I have it. (810.02).
Yes, Your Honor. Section 2.
Apparently, I don't have it. Is it a new statute, or are my books just old?
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
810.02, okay, I've got it. 810.02 sub 2, sub B. Burglary is a felony of the first degree. Is that what you're looking at?
Yes, Your Honor.
Punishable by imprisonment for a term of years not exceeding life or as provided for in the course of committing the offense. The offender is or becomes armed within the dwelling structure or conveyance with explosives or a dangerous weapon.
Your Honor, my understanding is that because it's an unoccupied vehicle or dwelling, it's not a PBL. If it was occupied, or if the assertion was that it was occupied, that would be a different situation.
If I may respond, Your Honor?
You may.
Your Honor, there is a warrant already in this case, and that warrant was as to the charge that I just have instructed the court. I also do have a case here, Thornton v. Jr. It's a recently released opinion by the Florida Supreme Court, which basically explains that when there is a PBL, the state is not required at initial appearances to present, to have an Arthur hearing. I do have a copy for the court.
I would like that copy. I'm aware of it, but I would like a hard copy of that. Counsel, in all of these cases, you've indicated you've waived the reading of the charges on behalf of your client. You may approach. But because there are warrants in all of these cases, and the warrants have all been issued. Probable cause has been found by the issuing judge. I am going to leave the bonds as set in each of the warrants, as well as the conditions to the extent there are any. And I actually don't see any additional conditions in each of the warrants. Without prejudice to you, to have a full author hearing on the 2022 CF 131 count 1 charge.
Your Honor, I'm sorry to interrupt. Did we establish that the one count was in fact a PBL according to the statute? Because I don't know if we got that far. I certainly agree that there's not an argument in regards to probable cause because there was a warrant. I don't think we established that it was actually a PBL or not. Because I don't believe it is.
I would ask the state to tell me where under 775.087 it addresses the PBL aspect for this particular charge.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, if you could please repeat.
775.087.
Yes, Your Honor. Pursuant to Florida Statute 775.087 subsection 1, The statute reads, unless otherwise provided by law, whenever a person is charged with a felony, except a felony in which the use of a weapon or firearm is essential to the element, and during the commission of such felony, the defendant carries, displays, uses, or threatens to use or attempts to use any weapon or firearm, or during the commission of such felony, the defendant commits an aggravated battery, the felony for which the person is charged shall be reclassified as follows. Subsection A, in the case of a felony of the first degree to a life felony. In this case, it is the state's understanding that there was a firearm used in the commission of this crime, and therefore it is a felony punishable by life.
Your Honor, in response, the felony is escalated to an F1 based on the fact that there is a firearm.
Counsel, I need you to stay a little closer to your mic. You keep wandering.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, but based on the original felony, it's been aggravated to the F1 based on the use of a firearm. That's why it's been aggravated to an F1 felony. It's an F2 prior to the use of a firearm, is my understanding.
Your Honor, if I just may respond, the clear text of the statute says burglary is a felony of the first degree punishable by imprisonment for a term of years not exceeding life imprisonment. And in this case, the state interprets that to mean a felony punishable by life.
Counsel, I'm going to leave the bond as set in the warrant until such time as you have the bond hearing before the assigned judge. All right, thank you.
No? Okay, I'm gonna.
Yaffer Alarcon, 2022 MM1198. My understanding is we have the interpreter on the line. Ma'am or sir, what is your name? Okay, you're going to have to talk real loud. We're having a little trouble. Thank you. And have you previously been sworn? No. All right, raise your right hand, sir.
No. I think he's the one talking.
Oh, no, I don't want your name. I want to know who the interpreter is. Is he on
No?
speaker?
Yeah. Ma'am, you're on speakerphone.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. This is the Arabic interpreter.
Have you previously been sworn?
No, Your Honor.
Do you swear, raise your right hand. You swear and affirm that the testimony, do you swear and affirm that you're going to translate from Arabic to English and English to Arabic accurately, so help you God?
I do. Blood Marakshi, official Arabic court interpreter.
Okay, great. We have two cases for you today, as I understand it. The first case is Yafir Alarcon, 2022 MM1198.
Your Honor, Mr. Alarcon does not need an interpreter. Mr. Jorge Garcia Camberlin requires one.
Well, I was told they both did, which was a little bit unusual for having two in one day, but why don't you sit down, sir?
For the Arabic interpreter, it is Mr. Salih.
All right. So we are doing Bedouin Salhi, 2022 CF 1535.
Yes, Your Honor. They sent me the information about this case.
Okay. Sir, I'm appointing the Office of the Public Defender to represent you.
سيدي أنا راح أعين المحامي محامي الدولة حتى ينوب عليك.
Are you able to understand the interpreter?
هل تفهم المترجمة؟ Your Honor, the interpreter can barely hear Mr. Salhi.
I heard him. He said yes. Sir, if you do not understand what the interpreter says, please raise your hand to signal me.
سيدي إذا لم تفهم المترجمة ولا كنت كتهضر بالمغربية نقدر نهضر معك بالمغربية. إذا ما فهمتيش المترجمة هز يدك اليمين.
Sir, you're charged with one count of petty theft, third or subsequent offense.
إذا أنت متهم بسرقة صغرى وهذه المرة الثالثة يعني الدرجة الثالثة.
I've reviewed the charging affidavit and find there is probable cause for the charge.
إذا أنا قريت هذيك المذكرة اللي فيها الاتهام ديالك وكاين واحد السبب كافي باش يتهموك بهذه الجريمة.
شحال غادي انا بغيت نعرف شنو غيديروا معايا مثلا شحال غيخزنوني هنايا.
Hold on, sir.
How long
Anything,
are they gonna keep me here?
anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. Accordingly, I have appointed an attorney to represent you and urge you not to say anything and to discuss your case with your lawyer.
إذا أي حاجة كتقولها في هذا فين نتايا يقدروا يستعملوها ضدك وغادي يستعملوها ضدك في المحكمة، فأنا كنطلب منك يعني ما تقول حتى شي حاجة وغادي نعين لك واحد محامي اللي غادي يدافع عليك.
Bond is set at $1,000, and you are not to return to the Walgreens located on Vineland Road.
Your Honor, $1,000?
Bond is set at $1,000, and he is not to return to the Walmart located at 3250 Vineland Road.
Thank you, Your Honor. إذا هذه الكفالة اللي خصك تدفعها باش تخرج هي $1,000 وما خصكش ترجع لهذيك البلاصة الوالمارت اللي في الفايلاند رود.
You may be seated.
وتقدر ترجع تجلس دابا.
Okay. Please take your seat, sir.
يمكن لك تجلس في بلاصتك سيدي.
My thanks to the interpreter.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Counsel, I don't show a need for any Spanish interpreters. Is that accurate?
Your Honor, I do have one, I believe, Jorge Garcia Chamberlain.
Okay. Warrant, new case.
It's a warrant.
It appears to be a warrant, Your Honor.
Camberlin. How far down is he in the list?
Red, you have, should be the third one.
Third red one?
It should be that one.
Yes, okay.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. This is Rafael Barrera, State Certified Court Interpreter. I have been previously sworn.
Thank you, sir. I have just called the case of Jorge Garcia Camberlin. Case number is 22 CF 1519. Sir, I've appointed the Office of the Public Defender to represent you.
Señor, he designado las oficinas del defensor público para que los representen. That's correct.
I want to remind you that you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you.
Quiero recordarle que usted tiene el derecho a permanecer en silencio. Todo lo que usted diga puede ser usado en su contra. I understand.
Who is here for this gentleman?
¿Quién se encuentra aquí para este caballero?
They need to come up.
Tienen que presentarse.
If you would just stand at the podium, please.
Si se puede acercar al podio, por favor.
Sir, you're charged with one count of felony battery, domestic in nature.
Señor, usted lo acusan de un cargo de agresión, delito mayor, con naturaleza de violencia doméstica.
Probable cause was found by Judge Kranick.
El juez Kranick determinó que existía motivo fundado.
Before I set the conditions of your release, there is someone I want to talk with.
Antes de que yo le establezca y determine las condiciones de su libertad, hay alguien con quien yo quiero hablar primero.
Ma'am, do you require the services of a Spanish interpreter?
Señora, ¿necesita usted los servicios del intérprete de habla hispana?
Yes, just in case.
She's indicated yes. Raise your right hand to be sworn.
Por favor, levante su mano derecha para prestar juramento.
Do you swear that the testimony you're going to provide today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
¿Usted jura que el testimonio que usted dará en el día de hoy será la verdad, toda la verdad y solamente la verdad que Dios la ampare?
Yes.
I don't
I'm
want to.
sorry, Your Honor, the interpreter's having difficulty hearing the witness.
She did say yes. There's a microphone right in front of you. I need you to speak nice and loud, okay?
Se encuentra un micrófono enfrente de usted. Necesito que por favor hable bien fuerte.
Okay.
I don't want you to tell me about the events that happened, as anything you say can and will be used against Mr. Garcia Cambrelin in a future proceeding.
No quiero que usted me relate los detalles de los acontecimientos, ya que todo lo que usted diga puede ser usado en contra del caballero García Cambrelin en el futuro.
Are you the alleged victim in this case?
Yes.
Usted es la presunta víctima en este caso.
Yes.
I know you understand a little English, but in order to be sure that you understand my question, I need you to let the interpreter finish the translation.
Yo sé que usted entiende algo en inglés, pero para estar segura de que usted me está entendiendo completamente, necesito que usted espere y deje que el intérprete termine de interpretar mi pregunta.
My notes indicated that you have been interviewed before today and that you do not want contact with Mr. Garcia Cambrelin.
Mis apuntes aquí indican que usted la han entrevistado anteriormente y que usted no desea tener contacto con el señor García Cambrelin.
Is that accurate?
Yes.
Eso es preciso.
It's accurate.
Okay. My notes also indicate you currently maintain separate residences. Is that accurate?
Y mis apuntes también me indican que ustedes en este momento mantienen residencia separada. Eso es preciso.
Yes. Correct.
Are you afraid of Mr. Garcia Cambrelin?
¿Usted teme al señor García Cambrelin?
Yes.
Do you have children in common with him?
¿Tienen niños en común?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Sir, as indicated, probable cause was previously found.
Señor, como le había indicado, ya había determinado de antemano el motivo fundado.
Bond is set at $2,500 with pretrial release conditions.
Se le va a programar la fianza en $2,500 con condiciones de libertad provisional.
You are to have no contact with the alleged victim in this case.
No se le permitirá trato alguno con la víctima en este caso.
No contact means direct contact or indirect contact of any type.
Prohibiéndole el trato significa no puede tener trato directo e indirecto de ninguna índole.
It includes phone calls, text messages, faxes, emails, or sending messages through mutual acquaintances.
Eso indica que se le prohíbe las llamadas, los textos, los fax, los correos electrónicos o enviando los recados mediante una persona conocida.
You are to maintain separate residences, if I didn't say that.
Si se me olvidó decirlo, se le exige mantener una residencia o vivienda separada.
You are not to possess any weapons or firearms and shall relinquish any weapons or firearms within 24 hours of your release.
No se le permitirá portar armas blancas o armas de fuego. Todas armas que usted porte tiene que entregarse a las autoridades no más allá de 24 horas después de su libertad.
Is the state requesting anything else?
La fiscalía está pidiendo algo más.
Not at this time, Your Honor.
No en este momento, su señoría.
You may be seated.
Puede tomar asiento.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Counsel?
Good afternoon, Judge.
What case are you here on?
John Valillo on behalf of Kenley Artiste.
Let me find him. New charge or warrant?
Warrant.
What's the last name? Kenley, what is it?
Artiste.
Artisee. Okay. First
Hey, Your
read.
interpreter could respectfully request if we still need the services of the Spanish interpreter.
Forgot about you. Thought you might want to just hang around. Hold on, sir. Please make the following announcement. Is there anyone else who needs the services of a Spanish interpreter? If so, please raise your hand.
Of course, Your Honor. Su atención, por favor, si hay alguna otra persona presente que necesite los servicios del intérprete de habla hispana, por favor, alce la mano en este momento.
Ms. Smith, anybody?
No, Your Honor.
All right. You're free to go, sir. Thank you, as always, for your assistance.
You're welcome, Your Honor. Have a good afternoon.
You can stay there. You don't have to come up to the podium. All right, Kendley Artiste. Artiste, okay. Counsel, would you make your appearance again?
John Valillo on behalf of Mr. Artiste.
Thank you. Are you waiving the reading of the charges, or would you like me to publish
We'll
them?
waive them.
Okay, so,
Set a reasonable bond. The
All right.
state said they want a no contact. We're not in dispute with that right now. I thought the victim was going to be here, but she isn't, so.
okay. And he's entitled to a bond on all of these counts. So, PTR, have you not had any contact with the alleged victim in this case? My notes indicate unable to contact.
No, Your Honor, we haven't received a phone call back.
Okay. I'm going to set bond at $2,500 on count 1, $2,500 on count 2, $1,000 on count 3, with PTR conditions as to all counts. He's to have no contact with the alleged victim. If they reside together, okay, he's to maintain separate residences, relinquish any weapons or firearms that he may have within 24 hours of his release, possess no weapons or firearms as a condition of his release, with a no return to the scene where this occurred. All right. Thank you, counsel.
Thank you, Judge. And will I get a copy of that if I stick around?
Yes, right? If he sticks around, he'll get a copy?
If you sign it now, then I can.
I can do that. Sure, we'll do that.
Thank you, Judge.
You fixed, everything's on it?
Yeah, I just have to
All right.
write the surrender files within 24 hours. of release.
Yafir Alarcon.
President approaching, Your Honor.
Well, it took a long time to get back to you, didn't it, sir? Okay. Sir, I'm appointing the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. You are charged with 1 count of battery, simple touching or striking, domestic in nature. I do find probable cause for the charge. Bond is set at $1,000 with PTR conditions. Additionally, there are the additional conditions that there's to be no contact with the alleged victim, and you may not possess any weapons or firearms as a condition of your release. You may be seated.
Your Honor, the parties do have a child in common. If we could request some sort of third-party contact for purposes of the child, be it through the Talking Parents app or something like that.
That's fine. They can arrange, they can communicate with a third party relating to the mutual child.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Dennis Ramos. I am appointing the Office of the Public Defender to, no, I'm not. These are out-of-county warrants, so I take it back. Sir, you're here pursuant to 2 warrants issued out of Orange County, Florida. One is for battery on a firefighter. The other is for failure to appear. Those bonds, those warrants, one of those warrants did give you a bond. So the warrant for battery on a firefighter, set your bond at $1,500. The warrant for the 2 failures to appear. Set your bond at 0 until such time as you're brought before the presiding judge. It's likely you will be transported back to Orange County for that purpose. You may be seated. Abimelech, I may be saying that wrong, Ortiz Rivera.
He's President approaching.
Thank you. Sir, I'm appointing the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. You are here based on an on-view violation of your felony probation. Your bond is set at 0 at this time. Darrell Blaze.
He is President approaching, Your Honor.
Thank you.
It will be just a moment, though. And if we could go ahead and waive the reading of the charges, Your Honor.
All right, I'm appointing the Office of the Public Defender to represent him on both of these charges. Sir, your attorney has waived the reading of the charges. Probable cause was previously found for both of these charges, and I'm going to leave your bond as set in the warrant at 0 until such time as you're brought before the presiding judge. You're also to have no contact with the alleged victim in either of these, as a condition for each of these counts. Please be seated. Let me back up. No contact, I'm adding the condition of no weapons or firearms.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Ellis Hardwick.
President approaching.
I'm appointing the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. You're here based upon a warrant for battery, DV, and grand theft. Accordingly, probable cause was already found. Bond is set at $1,000 on count 1 with PTR conditions. Bond is set at $1,500 on count 2 pursuant to the warrant. You are also to have no contact with the alleged victim, no return to the scene, possess no weapons or firearms. If you reside together, you must maintain separate residences, but will be allowed to return to the residence on a one-time basis in the presence of law enforcement to retrieve your personal possessions.
Judge, the PTR is for both counts?
Sorry?
PTR is for both counts?
PTR is for both counts, yes. You may be seated. Alyssa Shea.
He is President approaching, Your Honor.
I'm appointing the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. You are here pursuant to a warrant issued for violation of your probation. Judge Epperson set your bond at 0, no bond until such time as you're brought before him. Please be seated. Desiree Barra.
She is President approaching, Your Honor.
I'm appointing the Office of the Public Defender to represent you in connection with each of your 2 cases against you. Both of these are warrants for violation of your probation and/or community control. In both of these, in In the first case, Judge Turner, in connection with the underlying charge of possession or control of a substance, he set your bond at 0, no bond, until such time as you are brought back before him. In the other case, State, are you reading that as $140?
Yes, Your Honor. It looks very strange, and however, in the warrant remarks, it says, under remarks on the warrant page, it does say bond $140.
Well, there's, well, here's what I'm going to do. He's already being held on a no bond status on the other case. I'm going to amend the warrant and set him on a no bond status on this case as well. And both of these cases are before the same judge. She can address them with the presiding judge at a duly noticed bond hearing or violation of probation hearing. So bond is 0, no bond on each of these cases. Sherry Dees.
She has posted bond, Your Honor.
Thank you. Jonathan Mann.
He is present and approaching, Your Honor.
All right. I'm appointing the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. You are charged with failing to leave property upon an ordinance. Which essentially is trespass after warning. I reviewed the charging affidavit. I do find probable cause for the charge. Bond is set at $1,000.
Your Honor, defense would ask that a lower monetary bond be set in this amount. Mr. Mann has no history here or otherwise. He would be able to post his own bond. However, they won't allow him to post a bond if it's over $999. If we could lower it to even $750 so that he could post bond at that time.
I'll do better than that. I'll set the bond at $500, with the additional requirement that he not return to the Sam Hookah Lounge located at 3262 Vineland Road in Kissimmee, Florida.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Mackenzie Montgomery.
She is present and approaching.
Thank you. I'm appointing the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. You are charged with 1 count of battery, unlawful touching, or striking. And I've reviewed the charging affidavit, and I do find probable cause for the charge. My notes indicate that PTR has contacted the alleged victim who would like contact and return.
Your Honor, can I make a correction?
Yes.
The called back and stated they would like no contact and no return.
Okay. So no contact and no return. Thank you. As indicated, I did find probable cause for the charge. I'm going to set bond at $1,000 with PTR conditions. There's to be no contact with the alleged victim, no return to the common residence, except on a one-time basis with law enforcement to gather your personal possessions. You are to maintain separate residences. You are not to possess any weapons or firearms as a condition of your release. However, you may elect a third-party individual to communicate through for the sole purpose of communicating with the two children you have in common. I think that'll do it on that one. You may be seated.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And do we have Hector Pastor Leon today?
Your Honor, he is still in detox.
All right, then rather than reset him for tomorrow, I'm going to reset him when available.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Is there anybody we missed?
No, Your Honor, that's it.
All right, well, it's been a pleasure. We are adjourned.
Have a great weekend, Your Honor.
You do the same. Enjoy the 3 days. Hopefully you've got 3 days.
Yes, ma'am.
Bond court is a free service, but it takes several hours of my time every day. Less than 10% of Bond court viewers hit the like button, and less than 1% leave a comment. If you want Bond court to continue to be available on YouTube for free, then please hit the like button and leave a comment on all of my videos.
I have no
All
objection.
right, we're on the record. It is May 29th, 2019. This is Judge Wish, Courtroom 1, Session 1. Can I please have the parties announce themselves for the record?
Coffee Kennedy Swanson on behalf of the Office of State Attorney.
Brian Wynn on behalf of the Office of Public Defender.
All right, please tell me your name.
Calvin Williams.
All right, Mr. Williams, you're here in 2019 CF1, is it 7733? 7733AO. And it looks like the state's filed as an adult in this case. Is there an information file?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, is it the same charges in the, I have in the warrant, the robbery with a firearm, grand theft third degree, and fraudulent use of credit cards?
I have 1 second.
Okay,
to that.
I didn't see information, so.
I'm just gonna have to find the information.
Yeah, it's not letting me pull up the juvenile, it's like.
So I have the information filed on 5/23. I have count 1, robbery with a firearm, F1 PBL. Attempted robbery, count 2. Count 3, accessory after the fact, the first degree or life felony, F2. Grand theft, third degree, count 4. Count 5, fraudulent use of a credit card to obtain more than $100 in value, F3. Count 5. Count 6, unlawful possession of a stolen credit card or debit card, F3. So it looks like, yes, they match up.
All right, well, oh, but no, there's only 3 counts in the warrant.
I have 6 on mine.
Oh, okay, well, I guess I'm looking at the warrant from the first arrest.
Okay.
Okay, all right. All right, so Mr. Williams, the state's filed an information charging you with robbery with a firearm, attempted robbery, accessory after the fact, to a first-degree life felony, grand theft third degree, fraudulent use of a credit card, unlawful possession of a stolen credit card. Are those the charges? There's just 6 of them?
Yes, Your Honor,
Okay,
just 6.
all right. And I am gonna, did you fill out a form for the public defender, Mr. Williams? Or has the PD already been appointed to represent you?
I have a private attorney on my case, Roger
have a-
Whedon.
Roger Whedon? Okay, all right, Mr. Whedon is not present. State, would you like to be heard as to bond?
Yes, Your Honor, we're asking the defendant be held at no bond as to count One, based on the information I have, is that the victim was walking in front of the Hyatt Regency Hotel off of I Drive when 3 black males approached her, attempted to steal her purse. When she refused to give her purse, one of the black males wearing a hood and gold teeth pulled out a semi-automatic handgun and pointed it in her face. The victim then relinquished her purse and the suspects ran away. Short time after, at the outlet malls, the defendant and his co-defendants were seen entering, I believe it's the Lacoste store. They used the victim's credit card. They used it at a number of stores in the outlet mall, the S&P Shoe Palace, Lacoste, Ralph Lauren, and the defendant and co-defendants are seen on the video in at least 2 of the stores, I believe. At the same time, her credit cards are being used. Another attempted robbery takes place with these same suspects, and they are identified based on the video. When the defendant's room is searched after he is arrested, I believe a number of the outfits that were seen bought at the stores, the outlet, were found in the defendant's room. When the defendant was arrested, he had the victim's cell phone on him. Based on all of that information, we believe the defendant should be held at no bond. No contact. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and there is additional information in the warrant as to him on Facebook Live or Facebook videos wearing the same identifiable clothing and gold removable teeth, pointing the semi-automatic firearm at the camera. So there's a lot of information here, and I do find proof evident presumption great based on everything that's in the affidavit and the state's arguments. So I am going to hold you at no bond, Mr. Williams, on the robbery with the firearm. I'm going to keep the subsequent offenses as listed in the capias or the transport order at 150 in counts 2 through 6. These are your conditions of, well, you're not going to be released at this time, but these are your conditions. So you're not to return back to that outlet store. Do we know the specific name of the outlets? I'm like trying to find it. Just Orlando Premium Outlets at 4951 International Drive. You're not to possess any weapons, firearms, or ammunition. You're not to have any contact with any listed victim, witness, or any co-defendant.
Yes, Your Honor.
And so just keep in touch with Mr. Whedon, okay?
Your Honor.
All right, please tell me your name.
Otto?
Mr. Lozado, you're here in 2019 CF 7663AO. You're arrested for aggravated assault with a deadly weapon and battery. I do find probable cause. I'm going to appoint the public defender's office to represent you.
Yes, ma'am.
You're not to have any contact with any listed victim or witness. You're not to possess any weapons, firearms, or ammunition.
Yes,
Your
ma'am.
bond will stay set at $3,500 on count 1 and $100 on count 2.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, sir, please tell me your name.
Michael Daniel Henderson.
Mr. Henderson, you're here in 2019 MO 1034AO, and you're arrested for possession and consumption of alcohol in a public place. I do find probable cause. I'm gonna appoint the public defender's office. Is there an offer for Mr. Henderson?
Vacation credit for time served.
Does he have 2 days in? Okay.
You can accept the offer, Your Honor.
Okay, and I'm not gonna take any action on his ROR, his case he's ROR'd on. I don't know anything. If he has a court date coming up, I'm not sure. Thank you. All right, Mr. Nguyen, does your client wish to plea no contest?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Henderson, I'm showing you this plea form. Is this your signature at the bottom? Is that a yes? You got to speak
Yes,
up.
ma'am.
Okay. Did you understand everything contained within the plea form?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand all the rights you're giving up by entering the plea?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you on probation anywhere?
No, ma'am.
All right. And you understand that if you're not a U.S. citizen, this plea will subject you to deportation?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I do find a factual basis for you to enter the plea. I'm going to adjudicate you guilty, sentence you to 2 days in the Orange County Jail with 2 days credit for time served. I'm going to order that you pay your court costs by May 29, 2020. It gives you a year to pay them off, okay? If you want to appeal the judgment sent to the court, you must do so in writing within 30 days. If you cannot afford an attorney, one would be appointed for you, sir, okay? Good luck to you. I don't see any court dates for your other case that you have out, but the PD does represent you, so make sure they're able to get in touch with you, okay?
All right.
All right? Have we heard anything from Broward? Is this just a recall? Looks like he was seen by Judge Carter. Is this Mr. Jones?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
7
Mr.
days
Jones.
ago.
Yeah, you were picked up on the out-of-county warrant out of Broward County, and you were seen by Judge Carter on May 22nd.
Yes, ma'am.
Do we know if Broward's contacted us at all? Or if there's been any communication? Because technically, I believe he's not even entitled to a bond or anything because of the Anti-Murder Act on a VOP with the charges that they are. Huh? No, this is a Broward County VOP warrants that he was picked up on here, and he was seen on the 22nd, and I believe they had 72 hours, not including weekends or holidays. So it's been a week now, and we did have the weekend and the holiday. I don't know if that adds up to 72 hours. So if he was arrested, or, well, it's, I guess, is it 72 from the date of arrest, from the time of arrest, or the time that he's seen? Seen? Okay, so he was seen on the 22nd, so the 23rd would be 24 hours, the 24th would be 48 hours, right? Right, so then we don't count the 25th, or the 26th, or the 27th.
Then yesterday would have made it
72.
72.
70 yesterday.
So, I mean, because of the charges, I don't even think he's entitled to, it's anti-murder.
But if he's not being picked up, then.
Right, I understand that.
I don't think he can be held if they're not gonna come get him.
Yeah, well, yeah, but I wanted to know what kind of communication was had, so. You're saying that the only communication was yesterday, and that's when they notified them?
When was the first teletype?
On the 21st.
Okay. Oh. I'm pretty sure I have to release him, so. All right, Mr. Jones, I hate to do this, but I am going to recall this again in the second session to find out, what's going on, but that's what I'm going to do today, okay?
Yes,
So
ma'am.
I apologize.
Fine, right now.
Okay, we'll recall you this afternoon, okay?
Okay.
Okay?
All right.
Okay. Well, I know, but, I mean, he's been held for 72 hours at this point, so unless they're picking him up today, it's probably... Well, I'm gonna hold on to it. All right, please tell me your name, sir.
Junior Fernando Haregi.
All right, sir, you're here in case number 2019 CF7703AO. You're arrested for possession of cocaine and possession of drug paraphernalia. I do find probable cause. I'm going to appoint the PD to represent you. You're not to possess or consume any illegal substances without a valid prescription. And I'm going to stay your bonds at $1,000 on count 1 and $100 on count 2. All right, please tell me your name, sir.
Brian Larmore.
All right, Mr. Larmore, you're here in case number 2019 MM4510AO. And in that case, you're arrested for possession of drug paraphernalia. I do find probable cause. I'm going to appoint the public defender's office to, well, you did not fill out a form for the public defender. Are you planning on hiring your own attorney?
I represent myself.
Oh, you
I
want
need
to
an
represent?
attorney.
Okay. All right, well, later on down the road, somebody will go through a bunch of questions with you as to whether or not you're competent enough to represent yourself. So at this time, I do find the probable cause for the possession of drug paraphernalia. You're not to possess or consume any illegal substances without a valid prescription. And your bond will stay at $500. In 2019 CF7716AO, you are arrested for leaving the scene of a crash with injuries. I do find probable cause. And you're not to have any contact with any listed victim or witness in the case. You're not to possess or consume any alcohol or any illegal substances without a valid prescription. In 2019 CT3994AO, you were arrested for DUI with property damage or personal injury. I do find probable cause, and in that case, again, you're not to possess or consume any illegal substances without a valid prescription, and you're not to have any contact with any listed witness or victim in the case. And your bond in the leaving the scene of a crash with injury is $2,500, and your DUI is $1,000. All right, please tell me your name, sir.
Mario Townsend.
All right, Mr. Townsend, you're here in 2019 CF7683AO. You were arrested for aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. I do find probable cause, and I'm going to appoint the public defender's office to represent you. You're not to possess any weapons, firearms, or ammunition. You're not to return back to the area of 55 West Church Street. You're not to have any contact with any listed victim or witness in the case. Your bond is going to be set at $5,000. All right, sir, please tell me your name.
Joseph Castell.
All right, Mr. Costello, you're here in 2019 MM 4509AO. You're arrested for trespass on property after warning. I do find probable cause. I'm going to appoint the public defender's office. Is there an offer for Mr. Costello?
Adjudication 3 days, no return. Credit for 2.
Excuse me.
And I would have to impose court costs.
Your Honor, he's going to accept the state's offer.
Is he going to plead no contest?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Costello, I'm showing you this plea form. Is this your signature at the bottom? You got to speak up because we're being recorded.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Did you understand everything that was contained within the plea form?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand all the rights you're giving up by entering the plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you on probation anywhere?
No, ma'am.
All right. And you understand that if you're not a U.S. citizen, the plea will subject you to deportation. Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I do find a factual basis for you to enter the plea. I'm going to adjudicate you guilty, sentence you to 3 days in the Orange County Jail with credit for 2 days, time served. You can't go back to Cowboys at 1108 South Orange Blossom Trail. They've trespassed you, so you have to abide by those trespass warnings. I do have to impose court costs. I'm going to order you pay those by May 29, 2020. It gives you a year to pay them off, okay? If you want to appeal the judgment and sentence of the court, you must do so in writing within 30 days. If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be appointed for you, all right? All right, is this Mr. Price?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you Mr. Price?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Price, looks like the Office of the Public Defenders filed a motion for ROR or on the alternative to reduce your bond. Is the proper authority noticed for this?
They were not, Your Honor. However, we did reach out to
Okay.
the city, and the city's response was they had either no objection to ROR or withhold credit for time served, $223 court costs, $10 filing fee. I did reach out to the APD that was assigned to the case and explained to him that please notify the city on a city case in the future.
Okay. So are you interested in the offer, Mr. Price? Looks like it's a withhold, which is not a conviction. And so you're not formally convicted of, I guess it's an open container. And I don't know how much time served you have, but
I've been in since the 17th, Your Honor. It was
Okay.
only an open container.
Yeah.
I don't want probation.
yeah, no. Well, that's not the offer. The offer's a withhold and then the credit for the time that you've been in. Do we know what the number of days is?
In other words, I can get out as long as
I don't know if there's anything else holding you, so.
I just want to be released,
Okay, so that's
I'm
the only
losing
thing
weight
holding
back.
you. So it's 13 days? Okay, so it's a withhold and 13 days, and then court costs, I think, what, 223? Is that 223? And then a $10 fine? Is it, but they haven't filed on it?
I'm just reading the
Okay,
email.
all right. So that's the offer. It would get you out today.
Thank you.
No probation. Do you want to accept the offer?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'll have you sign the plea form.
Judge, can you state his name on the record and the case number, please?
Sorry?
State his name on the record and the case number.
Patrick Price, 19MO949AO. All right, Mr. Price, did you want to enter a plea of no contest?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm showing you this plea form. Is there your signature at the bottom?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand everything contained within the plea form?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand all the rights you're giving up by entering the plea?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I do find a factual basis based on the complaint in the court file. I am going to withhold adjudication, sentence you to 13 days in the Orange County Jail with credit for 13 days time served. The court costs are $223, and then there's a $10 filing fee. I am going to order that you pay those by May 29, 2020. That gives you a year to pay them off. If you want to appeal the judgment and sentence of the court, you must do so in writing within 30 days. If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be appointed for you. So, I'm not going to take any action on the motion, although I wouldn't have been able to anyway, so at this time, because of the parties. Okay? All right, good luck to you, Mr. Price.
Your Honor, before you do next, I just asked Ms. Robin for his criminal history on Mr. Washington.
Yes, he has 12 felonies, 12 misdemeanors, failure to appear, which was back in 2001.
Okay, the state has no objection to the motion.
All right, case number 2019 MM240AE, Howard Jerome Washington. All right, Mr. Washington, your attorneys have filed a motion for non-monetary release conditions. And so, Mr. Washington, are you going to live at 506 Whitman Drive in Eatonville, Florida?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, and the state has no objection to the motion, and I've reviewed the motion, heard the criminal history, and I am going to grant the motion. Make sure you go to all your court dates, okay, Mr. Washington?
Yes, ma'am.
And that you keep in touch with your attorneys,
Yes, ma'am.
okay? All right, please tell me your name.
Lakita Baker.
All right, Ms. Baker, you're here in 2019 CF 7662AO. You're arrested for aggravated assault with a firearm and battery. I do find probable cause, and I'm gonna, well, did you fill out a form for the public defender, or were you planning on hiring your own attorney?
Yes, ma'am. I'm gonna plan on hiring my own attorney.
Okay, all right. So you're not to possess any weapons or firearms or ammunition. You're not to have any contact with any victim, witness, or co-defendant as named in the affidavit. And your bond on count 1 is $5,000. Your bond on count 2 is $100,000. All right, please tell me your name.
Graham Belcher.
All right, Mr. Belcher, you're here in 2019 CF 7715AO. You're arrested for possession of a concealed weapon and / firearm by a convicted felon, and then possession of an ammunition by a convicted felon. I do find probable cause. I am gonna appoint the public defender's office to represent you. In that case, you're not to possess any weapons, firearms, or ammunition. In 2019, CF 7713AO, I'm appointing the PD, and you were charged with grand theft, third degree of a motor vehicle, and trespass in a conveyance. I do find probable cause. I'm gonna set your bond at $2,500 on count 1, and count 2 will be $100. You're not to have any contact with any listed victim, witness, or any co-defendant in that case. And you're out on bond for the similar offenses, 2019 CF 5272AO. I am revoking the bond and setting it at none. Do you have an attorney in that case?
Defender.
You do? Okay. Just making sure. All right, you do have the PD in that case. Oh, I'm sorry. I did not set the bonds on the first case. Thank you. Your bond on count 1 is $3,500. Your bond on count 2 is $150. All right, please tell me your name.
Destiny Bowers.
All right, Ms. Bowers, you're here in 2018 CF 15392BO. You're arrested pursuant to a capias for failing to appear for a status hearing on May 16, 2019. The judge revoked your release and set your bond on each count. Looks like there's 8 counts at none. Does she have the PD? You do have the public defender's office. All right, please tell me your name.
Amanda Cotto.
All right, Ms. Cota, you're here in 2019 CF 7698AO. You were arrested for trafficking cocaine over 400 grams. I do find probable cause. Did you fill out a form for the public defender, or were you planning on hiring your own attorney?
I'm hiring my own.
Okay. I'm gonna stay your bond at $250,000 and plus pretrial release, so you're gonna have to keep in contact with pretrial release, okay? That's also a condition. You're not to possess or consume any illegal substances without a valid prescription. You're not to have any contact with any witness or co-defendant named in the affidavit. And in case you have not hired an attorney, I'm gonna set you for determination of counsel in a week. If you bond it out, then you don't need to worry about that, but if not, you'll come back before me, okay? All right, please tell me your name.
Joseph Gabriel Cruz Serrano.
All right, Mr. Cruz Serrano, you're here in 2018 CF 17277AO. You arrested pursuant to a capias for failing to appear for your trial management conference on May 8, 2019. The judge has set your bond at none in that case. Does he have the PD? Okay, you do have the public defender already. I'm not going to take any action on your out on bond cases, okay? Just make sure you keep in touch with your attorneys out in Osceola, okay? Huh? Yeah, there's no bond on it. All right, please tell me your name.
Safiria DeGraffenreid.
All right, ma'am, you're here in 2019 CF 7675AO. You were arrested pursuant to a warrant which probable cause was previously found for armed burglary of a dwelling with a firearm, grand theft, over $100 from a dwelling, and criminal mischief. I'm going to appoint the public defender's office to represent you. State, did you want to be heard as to bond on count one?
Yes, Your Honor, have one moment. Your Honor, I believe I have it as the PBL. Burglary as count one. Your Honor, the allegations are this defendant, along with a co-defendant, went to the residence of the victim. The victim noticed that their vehicle was outside of his residence. He immediately called 911. The vehicle then left the apartment complex. When the victim came upstairs to his apartment, he realized there was a TV gone and I believe a computer. When the defendant, when law enforcement arrived, they contacted, I guess, the property management, who was able to pull the cameras from the apartment complex. While reviewing the cameras, the victim was able to identify the defendant and co-defendant, but the property manager was able to identify the defendants, the two co-defendants, based on previous interaction. I guess one of them is listed on the lease, but is currently in the middle of an eviction proceeding. According to the victim, that they vacated the apartment in March of 2019, so they should not have been there. While reviewing the video, they were able to see a hand revolver in the co-defendant, I believe it's his hand. However, they will see this defendant along with the co-defendant carrying the TV, and they were in the apartment, I believe, about 8 or 10 minutes while they were present. Based on that, we believe the defendant should be held at no bond, no contact with the victim, no return to that residence. Looks like this defendant is also out on a 2019 MM2669 case. We'd ask that case, the defendant, the bond be revoked and she be held at no bond.
This is the defendant that was, had the firearm.
Is this one?
Yes.
Then yes, Your Honor.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, I do find proof evident presumption
Your Honor,
great.
are we allowed to respond to
Oh,
that?
I'm sorry. Yeah, Mr. Lynn.
Your Honor, at the time, the defendant had a present property right to the apartment. Her name was on the lease. She had not been trespassed from the property. And so, based on that, I mean, she had a right to be there. And additionally, the property that was removed from the apartment, she's indicated to me that she owns and has a receipt for the property. And based on that, I would argue that the proof is not evident and the presumption isn't great with regards to a burglary of a dwelling that you had a present property right to be in.
The state's response would be, obviously there's an eviction proceeding that this defendant, once they voluntarily vacated that apartment in March of 2019, any interest they had in the property would then have been waived. If they wanted some opportunity to come back, I'm sure they could have set it up. However, based on carrying a loaded firearm into a residence while taking property out, showed the intent to commit the crime therein.
I'm going to agree with the state on that one, and I do find the proof evident presumption great. I'm going to hold her no bond on count one. Her bonds will remain stayed at $1,000 on count 2 and $500 on count 3. She's not to have any contact with any victim, witness, or her co-defendant. Dwayne Teixeira. She's not to possess any weapons, firearms, or ammunition, and she's not to return back to that apartment.
And the co-defendant is on the docket for later on this morning, Your Honor.
24518 Silver Star Road, Unit G 264, Los Robles Apartment Complex. Huh? Yeah, thank you. And out on bond for her battery and criminal mischief in 2019 MM 2669AO. I'm revoking the bond and setting it at none. All right, please tell me your name, ma'am.
Samantha Fox.
All right, Ms. Fox, you're here in 2019 CF 7712AO. You're arrested for grand theft, third degree of a motor vehicle, and trespass in a conveyance. I do find probable cause. I am going to appoint the public defender's office to represent you. You're not to have any contact with any listed victim, witness, or co-defendant. Your bond is set at $2,500 on count 1 and $100 on count 2. You're out on bond in 2019 CF 4817AO. I'm revoking the bond and setting it at none. All right, please tell me your name, sir.
Kelly Gooden.
Mr. Gooden, you're here in 2019 CF 7700AO. You're arrested for burglary of a structure, burglary of a conveyance, and grand theft, third degree. I do find probable cause. I'm going to appoint the public defender's office. You're not to return back to 1220 Columbia Street, Vince's Auto Body and Sales. You're not to have any contact with any listed victim or witness in the case. You're not to possess or consume any illegal substances without a valid prescription. I'm going to state your bond at $3,500 on count 1 and $150 on counts 2 and 3. And in 2019 CF 7701AO, you're arrested for of a structure, burglary of a conveyance, and grand theft third degree. Again, you're not to go back to that same location at the 1220 Columbia Street, the auto body shop. You're not to have any contact with any listed victim or witness, and you're not to possess or consume any illegal substances without a valid prescription. And your bonds will also stay at $3,500 on count 1 and $150 on counts 2 and 3.
Your Honor, can he have a copy of the arrest paperwork? Just
I think that you can get a copy of that from Odyssey and print it out for him. And
okay, I got you.
or the clerks. All right, thank you, Mr. Gooden. All right, please tell me your name, sir.
Dominic Harrell.
All right, Mr. Harrell, you're here in 2019 CF 1445AO. You were arrested pursuant to a warrant which probable cause was found for grand theft third degree. I'm going to appoint the public defender's office to represent you.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, Your Honor, he already posted bonds on those Orange County cases. We just have to address the FAD. He's out on bond on a grand theft charge. The case number is 2019 CF 1445AO.
Sorry, you're going to have to repeat that.
I'll repeat that.
This is Mr. Jones?
No, this is Dominic Harrell.
I don't have a face sheet from
No,
Mr.
no, because he already posted his bond, but he's here on the out-on bond case that we have to address.
It's the same case number?
Dominic Harrell, Harriell.
It's the same case number that you posted on.
Let me give you the case number again.
I have it.
Okay.
I'm just looking it up.
Can I get the case number?
Yes, 2019 CF 144580. It's the grand
This
theft.
is out on bond.
Yes.
He bonded on the new law, and then he has a,
State haven't made a charging decision in this case.
it looks like the same offense date. I'm looking at, I'm so confused. Because out on bond base sheet is showing me the same case number. Yeah.
Same.
That's the, I mean, the case number on the out on bond is the same case number as what,
I see two different case numbers.
what's the
Well,
case?
the case that he bonded out, that he came in was a 2019 CF 214980. That was for grand theft, and a retail theft for 2019 CF 665880.
Okay, they put out the out on bond form, they put the case number, the wrong case number. So let me pull that one up. Look at you, Anne. I don't show that he's even been arrested on it. So all I'm showing is that there was an affidavit to issue a warrant on February 12th, and then capias was issued, and that was it.
And that's for the 2000 CF 144580.
214-980.
Is the jail showing he's didn't serve that warrant?
Yeah, he came in on that warrant, he bonded out on it.
So he's at least been served with it.
16201.
Just hasn't been updated in the system.
So what is his out on bond case?
2019 CF 144580.
I'm so confused.
I have
Okay.
Was the one he came in on the 6658 case?
He came in on a 214980 and a,
That occurred on the, it was alleged to have occurred on 12/19/2018. The 144-580 is alleged to have occurred on January 10th, 2019. And so that's the one that he is out on bond in. Okay. All right. Because I have no idea, I'm not taking any action. So today's your lucky day, Mr. Harrell. Don't come back. So confused. All right, please tell me your name, sir.
Levonsky Jones.
Sorry?
Levonsky Jones.
Okay. Mr. Jones, you're here in 2019 CF 772980. You were arrested pursuant to a warrant in which probable cause was found for tampering with physical evidence and possession of less than 20 grams of cannabis. I'm going to appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you. You're not to possess any weapons or firearms or ammunition. You're not to have any contact with your co-defendants as named in the warrant. You're not to possess or consume any illegal substances without a valid prescription. Your bond will be set at $1,000 on count 1 and $100 on count 2. All right, please tell me your name.
Good morning, ma'am. It's Christopher Leone.
All right, Mr. Leone. You're here in 2019 CF 7711AO. You're arrested for grand theft, third degree of a motor vehicle, and trespass in a conveyance. I do find probable cause. I'm gonna appoint the public defender's office to represent you. You're not to possess, you're not to have any contact with any victim, witness, or your co-defendant. Your bond will remain set at $2,500 on count 1 and $100 on count 2. In 2019 MM 526AW, you're arrested for possession of less than 20 grams of cannabis. I do find probable cause. I'm gonna appoint the public defender's office to represent you. Your bond will remain set at $250. You're not to possess or consume any illegal substances without a valid prescription. I'm not going to take any action on your out on bond case, Mr. Leone, but make sure that you keep all your court dates and keep in touch with your attorneys and don't come back or I will revoke the bond, okay?
Thank you, ma'am.
Please tell me your name.
Brandon Montgomery.
Mr. Montgomery, you're here in 2019 CF 7708AO. You're arrested for possession of cannabis with intent to sell or deliver, possession of cannabis more than 20 grams, and possession of tetrahydrocannabinols. I'm going to appoint the public defender's office. I do find probable cause, and I'm going to stay your bonds at $1,000 on count 1 and $150 on counts 2 and 3. You're not to possess or consume any illegal substances without a valid prescription.
Your Honor, he's got a out-of-state detainer. He's inquiring whether or not if he bonds out of jail and he is removed to South Carolina, if he was issued a court date here and he ended up missing that court date here.
Well, he has the Office of the Public Defender,
Yeah.
so you need to keep in touch with the attorneys that are representing you and let them know where you are so that you don't get a failure to appear. All right, please tell me your name.
George Quinones, Santiago.
All right, Mr. Quinones Santiago, you're here in 2018 CF 15119AO. You're arrested pursuant to a capias for failing to appear for your arraignment on February 5th, 2019. The judge in that case revoked your release and revoked your bond and set it at none on each count, and I am going to appoint the public defender's office to represent you. Mr. Quinones Santiago, your attorneys can file any appropriate motions. I cannot change the capias. I'm not permitted by law to do so, okay? So make sure you reach out to them and they can file a motion for you. All right, are you Mr. Smith?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Smith, you're here in 2019 CF 7681AO. You're arrested for possession of heroin, possession of cocaine, and possession of drug paraphernalia. I find probable cause. I'm going to appoint the public defender's office. Your bonds will stay at $1,000 on count 1 and $150 on count 2 and $100 on count 3. Please tell me your name, sir.
Dwayne Teixeira.
Mr. Teixeira, you're here in case number 2019 CF 7677AO. You're arrested pursuant to a warrant in which probable cause was found for armed burglary of a dwelling with a firearm, grand theft of $100 or more from a dwelling, and criminal mischief. And were you planning on hiring your own attorney?
Not too sure yet. I already have one, a public defender appointed.
Okay, well, nobody's been appointed in this case.
In this case. Okay.
So did you fill out a form?
I didn't know I had to fill out another one. They told me I already had one. I already had one appointed to me. So.
Okay, but that's probably your other case.
Okay.
So, do you work?
No, not right now. I'm full-time in school
Okay.
through the VA.
Okay. I'm going to appoint the public defender based on your testimony. Next time, fill out a form if you need to fill out a form, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Probable cause has already been found pursuant to the warrant. State, do you want to be heard as to count 1?
Yes, Your Honor, state request the defendant be held at no bond. This defendant, just like the previous co-defendant, went to an apartment. I don't believe he was on the lease. I believe it was the co-defendant that was previously on the list. There's a video where the the property manager identifies this defendant and the co-defendant as walking into the apartment of the victim. The property manager identifies them as walking down the steps with a TV and a laptop in their hand. The co-defendant is the one that possessed the gun. However, the defendant was present with her. The victim, when he pulls up to the apartment complex, immediately saw recognized the vehicle of the defendant and the co-defendant, immediately called 911. When the police responded, they were able to view the video. Based on that, we believe the defendant should be held at no bond. And no contact with the co-defendant, no contact with the defendant, with the victim, no weapons, no firearms, no return. It looks like on the 19mm 2700 case, the state has not made a charging decision. It was that April 1st arrest or maybe March 29th arrest.
All right, Mr. Nguyen.
Your Honor, with regards to this case, Mr. Teixeira he was receiving active mail at the apartment, and he had lived there previously, establishing it as his residence, although his name wasn't on the lease. So we would argue that he did have a present right to be, a property right to be at the apartment. In addition, he was not the defendant carrying the firearm at the time of the alleged incident. And with regards to them, they had yet to be evicted from the property. So we would argue that the proof isn't evident and the presumption's not great, and ask for a reasonable bond. I'd also point out that he is a full-time student at Valencia College and a military veteran.
Well, I mean, I don't have any information before me that he was receiving mail there or that he still lived there. The only information that I have before me is what's in the warrant, and that they had moved out, if they were living there at some point, not a week or two before, but a while before. So
He has here, his address is listed on paperwork here as that is his residence.
have you shown that to the state?
I just was.
And what is that? What is the piece of paper?
It was my last address. Last time I was here in court, that was my full-time, that was my address. This new address that's on
But
here
when was the last time you were in court?
about a month ago.
Okay, so
And I still go there. I talked to the defendant when I did pulled up to.
be very careful about what you say on the record. So you have an attorney, you can speak to him.
I have 1 moment, Your Honor.
I mean, the only information I have in the warrant is that Lana, who is the property manager, knew Safaria and Dwayne because she leased them the apartment. But the other evidence I have is that they moved out months before. I'm not sure why somebody would need a firearm to remove their own items from an apartment. It doesn't jive with me, you know? And they're saying the television was missing from his bedroom, that's the victim. The front door was kicked in. Okay, yeah. So I do find the proof evident presumption great based on the front door being kicked in. There's a firearm being used to remove items from the residence. So I am going to hold you no bond on count 1. Your attorneys can file any appropriate motions as to bond. Count 2 will be 1,000. Count 3 will be 500. You're not to have any contact with any victim, witness, or co-defendant. You're not to possess any weapons, firearms, or ammunition. You're not to return back to the residence at 4518 Silver Star Road, Unit G264, the Los Robles apartment complex. And in 2019 MM 2700 AO, I'm revoking the bond and setting it at none. All right, please tell me your name, sir.
Lazaro Villa.
Mr. Vella, I remember you. Yeah, I do. We had a bond hearing together. So you're hearing case number 2019 CF 7661AO. You're arrested for possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, 2 counts, and battery. I do find probable cause. I'm going to appoint the public defender's office to represent you. You're not to possess any weapons, firearms, or ammunition. You're not to have any contact with the victim in the case. And you're not to possess or consume any illegal substances without a valid prescription. Your bond on count 1, I'm going to stay at $4,000 and $150 on count 2 and $100 on count 3.
Your Honor, would you be willing to reduce the bond to $4,000 even on the 3 charges to give him the opportunity to meet the premium with a bail bondsman? It's a $250 reduction.
I'm sorry, I couldn't.
Would you be willing to reduce the bond by $250 so he would be able to meet the premium, $400 with a bail bondsman to be able to bail himself out? Right now he's indicating he's $250 short of being able to post bond.
So you want me to reduce
It's
count
right now-
1 by $250?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, I'll do that. So 4,000 minus $250 is 3,850, I think.
Yeah, I meant 4,000 total on the, so,
The total
Right.
bond is
So what-
$4,250, and I was trying to see if you can at least reduce it to 4,000 even, so I can try to come up with the extra $250.
I'm not understanding.
So the bondsman's gonna make him pay the $150 and the $100?
Right.
So $250 plus the $400 for the $4,000. So he's requesting that, pretty much can you ROR on counts 2 and 3, so he just has to pay the $400 to the bondsman. That's his request.
Thank you, State.
Well, I'll set count 1 at 3,500. And then I'll stay the other bonds. Okay?
Thank you very much.
Don't come back, Mr. Vella.
Okay. Thank you.
I remember people. All right, please tell me your name.
Shannon Varick.
All right, Ms. Varick. You're here in 2019 CF 7706AO. You were arrested for grand theft 3rd degree and resisting a merchant. I do find probable cause. I'm gonna appoint the public defender's office to represent you. Your bond on count 1 is gonna be $1,500. Your bond on count 2 is $100. You're not to return back to the Home Depot. At 350 North Alafaya Trail. You're not to have any contact with any victim or witness in the case. You're out on bond in 3 cases for similar offenses in 2019 CF 3534AO, 2019 CF 5061AO, and 2019 CF 5332AO. And I am revoking those bonds and setting them at none. Huh? Okay, and I'm gonna appoint the public defender on the 2 cases that they've not yet been appointed on. Do we know which ones those are, or?
3534-5061.
Okay, so in 2019 CF 3534 and 2019 CF 5061, I'm appointing the public defender. Thank you. Please tell me your name.
Jessica Whitfield.
Okay, did Mr. Wall drop bond out? Yes, okay, thank you. Take no action on him. All right, Ms. Whitfield. You're here in 2019 CF 7710AO. You're arrested for possession of drug paraphernalia, possession of a prescription drug without a prescription, and possession of amphetamine. I do find probable cause. I'm going to appoint the public defender's office. You're not to possess or consume any illegal substances without a valid prescription. I'm going to stay the bonds at $100 on counts 1 and 2 and $1,000 on count 3.
Your Honor, would you be willing to ROR on the first 2 counts with the $100 bond? She's indicating she has the premium to pay on the $1,000, but she doesn't have. She's already contacted a bail bondsman, and she doesn't have the full premium with the additional $200.
That's fine. I'll ROR on 1 and 2. 3 is the $1,000.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. right, please tell me your name.
Angela Winchester.
All right, Miss Winchester, you're here in 2019 CF 7707AO. You were arrested for driving while license revoked as a habitual traffic offender. I do find probable cause. I'm going to appoint the PD. I'm going to put you in pretrial release. So you need to make sure that you follow all of their requirements, okay? You cannot drive without a valid license. If you get arrested again or they tell me that you violated in any way, shape, or form, I will hold you no bond, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, please tell me your name.
Dennis Hoover.
Mr. Hoover, you're here in 2019 MM4505AO. You're arrested for a violation of a county ordinance. I do find probable cause. I'm going to appoint the public defender. Is there an offer for Mr. Hoover?
Adjudication credit for time served.
And he has 2 days in.
He's going to accept the state's offer today, Your Honor.
Okay, and I'm not going to take any action on the out on bond. Just make sure you go to your court dates, okay?
I will.
It looks like it's June 19th.
I know this. You told me that yesterday morning.
Oh, I
Same.
saw you yesterday? I
Yes,
don't.
you did. Or it was the day before.
Oh, okay. Well, I wasn't here the day before.
It was yesterday then.
Maybe Judge Wilson saw you. Thank you. All right, Mr. Hoover, do you want to plead no contest?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm showing you this plea form. Is this your signature at the bottom?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand everything contained within the plea form?
Yes, ma'am.
Understand all the rights you're giving up by entering the plea?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you on probation?
No, ma'am.
Do you understand if you're not a U.S. citizen, the plea will subject you to deportation?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I do find a factual basis based on the affidavit in the court file. I'm going to adjudicate you guilty, sentence you to 2 days in the Orange County Jail with credit for 2 days' time served. I'm going to order you pay your court costs by May 29, 2020. It gives you a year to pay them off. If you want to appeal the judgment and sentence of the court, you must do so in writing within 30 days. If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be appointed for you, sir, okay? Good luck to you. Don't miss your court date.
You take no action on that?
Yeah. All right, please tell me your name.
Keith Watkins.
Mr. Watkins, you're here in 2019 MO 1035AO. You're arrested for possession and consumption of alcohol as prohibited in a public place. I do find probable cause. I'm going to appoint the public defender. Is there an offer?
Adjudication credit for time served.
So he has 2 days in, credit for time served, and court costs. You want to accept the offer, Mr. Watkins?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, Mr. Watkins, you want to plead no contest? Mr. Watkins, you gonna plead no contest?
Yeah.
All right, I'm showing you the plea form. Is this your signature at the bottom?
I can't even hear you.
This is the plea form that you signed, and they handed it to me. Is this your signature that you, on the plea form that you signed?
Yeah.
All right, do you understand
can't
everything
even
that's
hear.
contained within the plea form?
Speaking low. I can't even hear you.
Okay, we'll get you some headphones. All right, can you hear me? Oh. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
All right. Do you understand? Is this your signature on the plea form?
Yeah.
Do you understand everything contained within the plea form?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand all the rights you're giving up by entering the plea?
Yes.
You're on probation anywhere?
No.
You understand if you're not a U.S. citizen, the plea will subject you to deportation?
Yeah.
All right, I do find a factual basis based on the affidavit in the court file to accept your plea. I'm gonna adjudicate you guilty, sentence you to 2 days in the Orange County Jail with credit for 2 days' time served. I'm gonna order you pay your court costs by May 29, 2020. It gives you a year to pay them off. If you want to appeal the judgment and sentence of the court, you must do so in writing within 30 days. If you cannot afford an attorney, one would be appointed for you. Good luck to you.
Okay.
All right, please tell me your name.
Kareem Benefield.
All right, Mr. Benefield, you're here in 2019 MM 4503AO. You're arrested for fraudulent use of credit cards over $100. I do find probable cause. I'm going to appoint the public defender's office to represent you. Excuse me. You're not to return to, let's see, multiple places. You're not to go back to the 7-Eleven at 6700 Central Florida Parkway. You're not to go back to the Best Buy at 8350 South Orange Blossom Trail. You're not to go back to the Target at 880 Sand Lake Road. And you're not to go to the Walmart at 8101 John Yon Parkway. And you're not to go back to 8702 Vineland Avenue, the Carrabba's Italian Grill. And you're not to have any contact with any listed victims or witnesses in the case. And I'm going to stay your bond at the $500. All right, please tell me your name, sir. What's your name, Mr. Casanova? All right. Mr. Casanova, you're here in 2019 MM 4504AO. You're arrested for petty theft. It's a retail offense. I'm going to appoint the public defender. I do find probable cause. And was there an offer?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. So you're not to go back to 3101 West Princeton Street, that Walmart. You're not to have any contact with any victim or witness in the case. And I'm gonna place you into the pretrial release program. So you need to make sure that you follow all their rules and that you comply with everything they tell you to do, okay? Because if you don't, then they can tell me and I can hold you no bond, all right? Okay. All right, please tell me your name.
Eric Keenan.
All right, Mr. Keenan, you're here in 2019 MM 4506AO. You're arrested for petty theft. It's a retail offense. I do find probable cause. I'm going to appoint the public defender's office. State, is there an offer? I don't.
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. And so you're not to return back to the racetrack at 3508 South Orange Blossom Trail. You're not to have any contact with any listed victim or witness at that location. And your bond will stay at the $500. All right, please tell me your name. Tell me your name, sir.
Randy Bergen Jarvis.
All right, sir, you're here in an out-of-county warrant out of Broward County, and they've set your bond at none. They have 72 hours, not including the weekends, to come and pick you up, okay? Please tell me your name.
Christian Fletcher.
All right, Mr. Fletcher, you're here on an out-of-county warrant out of Seminole County, and your bond is set at none. In that case, Seminole has 24 hours to come and pick you up. That doesn't include the weekends, but I don't think that that makes any bit of difference for you.
Ma'am, can I, when I got out of jail from Seminole on April 25th, I went to probation,
I have
they
nothing
transferred
to
me.
do with Seminole. They picked you up on a warrant here, so you're gonna have to go back to Seminole and handle it. I don't know anything about what happened in Seminole. Okay? All right, please tell me your name.
Anthony Grady.
Mr. Grady, you were picked up on an out-of-county warrant out of Seminole County, and they have 24 hours to come and pick you up. Your bond is set at none on each count. Okay? Same thing. I don't know anything about what happened in Seminole County. All right, please tell me your name.
Haley Schulte.
Ms. Schulte, you're picked up on an out-of-county warrant. And that's out of Seminole County as well, and so your bond is set at none in that case. And so Seminole County has 24 hours to come and pick you up, okay? Oh, was there another? Okay. She have two warrants? This one wasn't attached.
Yeah, she had two.
Okay. Well, it's the same thing, so. Mr. Blanchard? Okay. I think, was he just one reset from yesterday?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
28.
All right, well, yeah, we'll reset him again. And then Mr. or Miss Rashed?
She refused.
Okay.
This is a reset from the hikes from the Hawthorne 526.
Okay, so, yeah, she's been reset. She's refusing to come to court. Ms. Rashed is here. Well, she's not present, but in 2019 CF 7562AO, she was arrested pursuant to a warrant which probable cause was found for sale and delivery of 2 counts of sale and delivery of methamphetamine. I'm going to appoint the public defender. Mr. Nguyen, do you want to waive her appearance? I'm going to appoint you for all the cases.
Yes, Your Honor,
Okay.
we'll waive.
So her bond is set at $10,000 on count 1, $150 on count 2. She's not to consume or possess any illegal substances without a valid prescription or have any contact with any listed victim or any witness or co-defendant. In 2019 CF 7564AO, she was arrested as well pursuant to a warrant in which probable cause was found for sale and delivery of cocaine. She's, again, not to possess or consume any illegal substances without a valid prescription or have any contact with any witness or co-defendant, and her bond is set at $7,500, and the public defenders waived her appearance. 2019 CF 7563AO, she was arrested pursuant to a warrant for sale and delivery of fentanyl, and she's, again, not to possess or consume any illegal substances without a valid prescription or have any contact with any witness or co-defendant. And again, the PD has waived her appearance. I've appointed them in each case. Her bond is set at $10,000. I got one more for you. Thanks. All right. 2019 CF 5681AO. It's a 33-day motion filed by Mr. Williams with Regional Conflict Counsel.
The city's not made a charging decision in that case, Your Honor.
Okay, so that will be granted. Gary Donnell Merriweather. And then I have a DOC hearing for Mr. Salvatore Capuno. He bonded? Okay, so we'll take no action on 2019 MM 4317. All right. 2019 CF 5921AO Clint Allen Bartz.
That should be granted. The state filed a notice of non-filing before the 33rd day on 5/28.
That'll be, did you say the date? I didn't.
5/28.
Oh, okay, sorry. I thought you said 5/20.
Oh, no, sorry, 5/28.
All right, that will be granted. And 2019 CF 5984AO Ricardo Tyrell Brown.
That should be granted. The state filed a notice of non-filing before the 33rd day on 5/28.
That'll be granted. 2019 CF 5933 James Darrell Rogers Jr.
The state filed a notice of non-filing before the 33rd day on 5/28.
That'll be granted. 2019 CF 5938 Martha Green.
That should be granted. The state filed a notice of non-filing before the 33rd day on 5/28.
That'll be granted. 2019 CF 3043AO Roderick Lamar Chambers.
That should be denied. The state filed information on 5/28.
That'll be denied. 2019 CF 5018AO Joseph Mario Scarvelli.
That should be granted. The state filed a notice of non-filing before the 33rd day on 5/28.
That'll be granted. 2019 CF 351AO Joseph Mario Scarvelli.
That should be granted. The state filed a notice of non-filing before the 33rd day on 5/28.
That'll be granted. 2019 CF 5508AO Jerry Dean Freed.
That should be denied. The state filed information on 5/28.
That will be denied. 2019 CF 5699AO DeMarco Jamal Wilson.
That should be denied. The state filed information on 5/28.
That'll be denied. 2019 CF 1215AO Christina Rose Torres.
That should be granted. The state filed a notice of non-filing before the 33rd day on 5/28.
That'll be granted. 2019 CF 1816AO Xavier Vasquez Padilla.
That should be granted. The state filed a notice of non-filing before the 33rd day on 5/28.
That'll be granted. 2019 CF 5861AO Christopher Mauricio Lee Yorkie.
That should be denied. The state filed information on 5/28.
That'll be denied. 2019 CF 5384AO Patrick Tews.
That should be denied. The state filed information on 5/28.
That'll be denied. 2019 MM 3506AO Hugh Johnson Raspberry.
That should be granted. The state filed a notice of non-filing before the 33rd day on 5/28.
Granted. 2019 CF 5079AO Xavier Adrian Corral Liza Vega.
That should be denied. The state filed information and it requests, no, I'm sorry, the state filed information on 5/28.
That will be denied. 2019 CF 5981 Bruce Francis Bland.
That should be granted. The state filed a notice of non-filing before the 33rd day on 5/28.
That'll be granted. 2019 CF 6015AO Luther Bowler Jr.
That should be granted. The state filed a notice of non-filing before the 33rd day on 5/28.
That'll be granted. 2019 MM 3536AO Ricardo Tyrell Brown.
That should be granted. The state filed a notice of non-filing before the 33rd day on 5/28.
That'll be granted. 2019 CF 5636 Nicole Michelle LeBolt.
That should be denied. The state filed information on 5/28.
That'll be denied. 2019 CF 5721AO Chastity May Eller.
That should be granted. The state filed a notice of non-filing before the 33rd day on 5/28.
That'll be granted. 2019 CF 6084AO Roger Lee Penley Jr.
That should be denied. The state filed information on 528.
It'll be denied. 2019 CF 4997AO Jarvis David Bailey Barnett.
That should be denied. The state filed information on 528.
That'll be denied. 2019 CF 3876AO Tyree Dixon.
That should be denied. The state filed information on 528.
That'll be denied. 2019 CF 5983 Andrea Jones.
That should be denied. The state filed information on 528.
That will be denied. 2019 CF 5794AO David Perez.
That should be granted. The state filed a notice of non-filing before the 33rd day on 528.
That'll be granted. 2000, oh, and this is my recall, okay. All right. All right, and then I have a lunch thing. I'm gonna go off the record. All right, we are on the record. It is May 29th, 2019. This is Judge Wish, Courtroom 1, Session 2. Can I have the parties please announce themselves for the record?
Happy Kennedy Swanson on behalf of the Office of State Attorney.
Brian Wynn with the Office of Public Defender.
All right, good afternoon, sir. Please tell me your name.
Good day, Your Honor. Last name Asanoya Asanya.
All right, Mr.
My first
Asanya.
name Anthony, middle initial E.
Okay, thank you. All right, you're here in 2019 CF 7718AO. You were arrested for burglary of a structure.
Your Honor.
And
Okay, can I say something?
you know,
Okay.
not yet. Okay. You were arrested for burglary of a structure and criminal mischief, less than $200. I do find probable cause. And did you fill out a form for the public defender?
They didn't allow me yet to fill anything out.
Nobody gave you a piece of paper to fill out?
No.
Okay.
And also,
Do you want me to see if you qualify for the public defender?
That'll be fine, Your Honor.
Okay. Do you work?
At this time, no. I hustle around with transportation while I'm in the street.
Okay. Do
Like
you have
try to
any
pick up passengers from the mall. I got 2 kids that
Okay.
I'm trying to support.
Okay, I'm gonna ask the
I pay rent.
questions and then you can answer them, okay?
Okay,
So
yeah,
you don't
yeah.
work. Do you have, you say you have children.
I have
Do
2
you
children.
get- And are they under the age of 18?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you-
Yes, Your Honor, I'm sorry.
Okay, that's fine. Do you have any other income?
Your Honor, I was getting Social Security because I'm mentally disabled since I was 17. I'm diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia. I'm diagnosed
Okay.
with,
How much do you get from the government?
I was getting 700 plus. I just got out. They're still working on trying to
Okay,
refund
I'm
me my
gonna
money.
appoint the public defender to represent you, okay?
Okay.
So, I am gonna order that you not return back to the Oasis at Crosstown Apartments at 200 South Goldenrod Road, okay? You can't go back there. You're not to have any contact with any listed victim or witness in the affidavit. And I'm gonna stay your bond at $3,500 on count 1 and $100 on count 2, okay?
Your Honor, and I think previously he was mental health for his original initial appearance, and we ended up waiving it. Do you know what the bond amounts are on the 2019 CF 7215 case?
Yes, $25,000 for the burglary of conveyance with assault and battery. The burglary of occupied is $150. The resistant officer of violence is $150.
Your Honor, can I ask you a question?
I
Because
would ask Mr. Nguyen before you say anything on the record, okay?
I'm trying to make sure that
Well,
You know, I didn't come to initial appearance because of my mental illness, and I'm confused about what they're saying I'm charged with.
okay, well, today you're here before me in the charges that I listed. I don't know about the other cases, so you do have an attorney on those cases. I'm sure the public
I
defender's
don't have any other
appointed.
cases. I was
Oh, yeah,
arrested
gonna-
once.
Has the public
have
defender
other
been appointed
cases.
on those cases?
I'm gonna look
On
it
the
up.
19?
What's the other case number again?
2019 CF 7215.
Yes, Your Honor, the public defender's
Yeah, the
office.
public
Mr.
defender
Parnell
is appointed.
Is there a name of an attorney?
It's Andrew Parnell from the state, from the public defender's office is the attorney on that case.
Parnell, okay.
And it looks like he was, Judge Carter was the one that did the IA
Right.
on the 21st,
Okay.
okay?
Ask that you appoint me a mental health caseworker because this is totally something that I never.
I can't appoint, but the public defenders can look into mental health treatment or getting you into a program or anything of that nature, but you do have attorneys, so you need to utilize them, okay? You're not in jail unrepresented. All right, please tell me your name, sir.
James Robert Barajas.
All right, sir, you're here in case number 2019 CF 7721AO. You were arrested for aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. I do find probable cause. I'm going to appoint the public defender's office to represent you. You're not to possess any weapons, firearms, or ammunition. You're not to have any contact with any listed victim or witness in the case. Your bond will be set at $3,500. I'm not going to revoke your bond today, okay? But that doesn't mean that you can come back before me again, because if you do, then I'm going to revoke the bond, okay? So make sure you keep your court dates. You have a court date, I believe it's showing on here, and I don't know if it's accurate, on June 18th, 2019. Are you aware of that date?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. So I'm not taking any action on the out on bond case, but don't come back.
Thank you.
All right, please tell me your name, sir.
Michael Seifert.
All right, Mr. Seifert, you're here in 2019 CF 7728AO. You're arrested for possession of fentanyl and possession of methamphetamine. I do find probable cause. I'm going to appoint the public defender's office. I'm going to put you in pretrial release. You're not to possess or consume any illegal substances without a valid prescription. And by me saying that, they're going to drug test you. So if you test positive, they're going to let me know. So, and PTR is telling me different things as to what I need to place on the record, but if you test positive for cannabis, don't violate him within 30 days. I was told that I didn't have to say that, but now I'm saying that I have to say that. So I'm confused about, okay. So he's not charged with cannabis, but if he does, I'm not gonna revoke the bond or the release based on that, so.
You want to do PTI with random urinalysis, no alcohol, drugs?
Yes.
Okay.
I was told that if I said no drugs or alcohol, that they would test them, and they said that they would test them after 30 to 45 days. That's what, I had a meeting with pretrial release, and that's what they told me, so I don't know what's.
We'll do the conditions, so alcohol, drugs, we can still do a random
Okay,
urinalysis.
all right. So, Mr. Seifert, you need to make sure that you comply If you don't, then I can hold you no bond, okay? Yeah, it's just no drugs. Yeah, but it's PTR with random urinalysis. Yeah, it's, PTR has been telling me different things of what I need to say, so I don't know. I'm just trying to figure it out. All right, please tell me your name.
Carlos Grady.
All right, Mr. Grady, you're here in 2009 CF 10477AO. You were arrested pursuant to a warrant for a violation of probation, and your bond is set at none in the case. I'm going to appoint the public defender's office. You should be seen by Judge Whitehead within a week to 10 days. Could be sooner, okay? I don't know the date. I can't give you a date because sometimes the dates change.
All right.
Okay? All right, please tell me your name. All right, Mr. Lopez, you're here in 2019 CF 7720AO. You were arrested for possession of cocaine and trespass on property after warning. I do find probable cause. Did you fill out a form for the public defender?
No, I don't.
Okay, were you planning on hiring your own attorney?
No, I'm just gonna go it alone.
I can't hear you. You
I'm
gotta
just gonna
speak.
do it alone.
You're gonna represent yourself?
Yeah.
Okay, well, later on down the road, a judge, if the state files on it, is gonna have to make some decisions about that. But right now, I'm gonna order that you're not to possess or consume any illegal substances without a valid prescription. You're not to return back to the Parliament House at 410 North Orange Blossom Trail in Orlando, Florida. You're not to have any contact with any listed victim or witness, and you're to abide by any trespass warnings. Your bond will stay set at $1,000 on count 1 and $100 on count 2.
On the sheet that they gave me, it says it's $200 bond.
We'll set him for determination of counsel in a week, just to be safe. I'm sorry?
On the sheet that they gave me, it's $200 bond. That's what it says.
You have $1,000 bond on count 1 and $100 bond on count 2.
But on the sheet, it said $200 bond.
Maybe that's what you have to pay a bondsman? I don't know.
Yeah, bondsman.
Okay, well, that has nothing to do with what your bond is set at in the courtroom, okay?
But when the bondsman is paid, then I'm able to go back home?
Well, yeah, you'll be able to bond out.
Okay.
Mhm. All right, please tell me your name.
Isaiah Ozias.
Is Mr. or Miss Martin? Okay, we'll take no action on Miss Martin. All right, Mr. Ozias, you're here in 2019 CF 7722AO. You were arrested for possession of a controlled substance without a prescription, possession of drug paraphernalia, and resisting an officer, obstruction by a disguised person. I'm going to appoint the public defender. Mr. Nguyen, you had a PC argument as to count 3.
Yeah, with the obstruction by disguised person, Mr. Ozias, he wasn't in disguise, and he gave them a false name prior to the arrest, which I have case law here saying that doesn't meet the standard as to obstruction as a disguised
Did
person.
you look up this, is it 843.03, is that just resisting, or is that obstruction
No,
by a
that's
disguised
obstruction by a
person?
disguised
Okay,
person.
All right, and I believe the state had no objection to ROR, so, but I do find probable cause for counts 1 and 2. I'm gonna ROR you on count 3. And, Mr. Ozias, you're not to possess or consume any illegal substances without a valid prescription. And your bond will stay set at 1,000 on count 1 and 100 on count 2. And you're ROR'd on count 3.
Yes, ma'am. Could I just recently moved to a new home, and I just started a brand new job. I don't have anybody out there to request any help from to,
Well, that's why you have an attorney.
my question is, was wondering if I could just be ROR'd on the first two charges. I don't have, that's my thing, I don't have anybody out there that I can request
you
to
were-
help me on the bond.
Okay.
And I just moved into a brand-new home. I mean, I'm
Mr.
renting a
Zayas.
new room, and I got a new job. It's kind of a new start for me. I've been released from prison in September.
Well,
it's
not,
taken
that's
me
not a really good start.
Well, I mean,
So,
it's taken me quite a few months to get right. I mean, my wife died in April while I was incarcerated, and I've been kind of really dealing with that. It was a year that she died just recently at the end of April.
Mr. Zayas, I don't think it's an unreasonable bond considering your history, considering that you were just released from prison on, looks like September 23rd of
Yes,
2018. You have 6 felonies, 18 misdemeanors, a failure to appear, 6 unknowns, and you've been to the Department of Corrections 3 times. So I don't think that the bond is unreasonable.
No, I don't think it's unreasonable. I just don't have anybody I don't have anybody out there that could put up the bond. I mean, I'm gonna lose my new home and my new job if I can't get out there. I don't have anybody I can call to put up the bond. That's the thing. I don't.
So you have no family members?
No, ma'am. I have nobody anymore.
And you have no money in a savings or
No,
bank
I just
account?
started this brand new job last week. And the
Where are
money
you
that-
working?
I'm working for Above All Trees. I just started last week. I landed the job in the same place where I'm living, because that's where they were doing a tree job, and I was able to get over there and, talk my way into it. I just started working. I don't have anybody out there anymore. I've lost everybody the last time I went to prison. I mean, otherwise I'm going to be stuck in here until the next court date. I'm going to lose my room. I'm going to lose my job.
And there's no way he would qualify for a pretrial release? I'm showing that due to his extensive criminal history of EOPs and number of DOC incarcerations.
You did the hour on counts 2 and 3. You did the hour on counts 2 and 3, Your Honor?
Just count 3.
Just count 3.
Okay. You can make a discretion on this if he just wants to verify his address again before you honor. We can do PTR. If you want to do with RUAs, no alcohol and drugs, we can do that.
Okay. So if you can provide an address, because it sounds like, huh? Yeah, can you put your address on record for me?
The address is where I'm living.
Yeah, because they need to know where you're at. If I'm going to release you, I'm going to release you to pretrial release. I'm not
Okay.
RORing you on counts 1 and 2. So
Right.
if you can tell me an address and they can verify that, then I can put you in pretrial release. You will get drug tested.
Okay.
I'm sure your job would appreciate that if you're climbing trees and cutting trees down.
Right.
So, if you can state your address on the record, then, you'll be able to get released without paying a bond.
Right. Okay. Oh, the address where I'm staying at, I don't know it right off the top of my head. I just moved in there. I'm living inside Rock Springs Trailer Park. As soon as I get there tonight, I can call anybody. I can do whatever you guys want me to do as soon as I get there. I don't remember the address. That's my whole problem, and I don't have anybody that I
Yeah,
can call.
that's the problem is that first, if I ROR'd you, you don't have a stable address.
No, I do have
You can't tell me what it is.
Because I don't remember it off the top of my head. I'm sorry. It's inside Rock Springs Trailer Park. I can tell you perfectly how to get there, like entering the trailer park.
I mean, we have an address here that he gave us. It's in the pop-up.
But that's
How long you been there?
I've been there. It's been 2 weeks now.
Do you have a phone number?
They don't have a house phone, and I don't have a cell phone. No, I'm in the middle of trying to get all of that.
Okay, so the office is it Woodview Drive?
Yes, that's it.
Yeah, we'll do PTR form.
Okay.
RUAs and no actors.
Okay. You're going to get drug tested,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Zayas. So if you test positive, I can hold you no bond, and you don't want that to happen.
No, I don't.
Right? Okay.
Right.
So I'm gonna put you in pretrial release if they're able to verify that, okay? So. Just the two, an ROR on count 3, and, so you just need to follow all of their requirements. If they make you call them or check in or whatever
Yes.
it is, you need to do it,
Yes, ma'am.
okay?
Yes, ma'am.
No excuses,
Yes,
okay? All
yes.
right.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, please tell me your name, sir.
My name is Felipe Junior Rodriguez Gautier.
All right, sir, you're here in 2019 CF 7723AO. You were arrested for fleeing and attempting to elude a law enforcement officer. I do find probable cause. I'm gonna appoint the public defender's office to represent you. I'm gonna set your bond in the amount of $3,500. You're out on bond in 2019 CF 2272AO. I'm revoking the bond and setting it at none.
Ma'am, yesterday I went to court for the Seminole County, and after that,
I don't have
like
anything
during
about
the day,
Seminole
I went
County.
with my girlfriend to the hospital. We got out around 11 o'clock. I got all this proof, like my girlfriend could show, like we've been doing everything right. Like I don't want to get my bond revoked because I've been doing everything that
Well, I
the
revoked
court,
your bond because
like
you
the-
got picked up on a new law violation.
Oh.
I don't know anything about
The
Seminole
thing is,
County.
when I got
You
picked
might
up-
want to talk to Mr. Nguyen because you're not helping yourself by saying things on the record. Okay. I'm gonna appoint the PD on the other case because he doesn't have the PD on there, okay? All right, thank you, sir. You can call your attorneys. All right, please tell me your name, sir. Mr. Seeley?
My name is Anthony Charles Seeley.
All right, Mr. Seeley, you're here in 2019 CF 7727AO. You were arrested for driving while license suspended with 2 prior convictions. I do find probable cause. I'm going to appoint the public defender's office to represent you. I'm going to stay your bond at $2,500. You're not to drive without a valid license.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay? All right, please tell me your name.
Donald Ward.
All right, Mr. Ward, you're here in 2019 CF 7730AO. You were arrested for aggravated battery. I do find probable cause. I am going to appoint the public defender's office. You're not to possess any weapons or firearms or ammunition. You're not to have any contact with the victim in the case or any listed witnesses. Your bond will stay at the $3,500. Does Castro have the PD? Do we know? All right, tell me your name, sir.
Castro Antonio.
All right, he does. Okay, Mr. Castro, you're here in 2019 CF 989AO. You were arrested pursuant to a KPS for failing to appear for your pretrial conference. Your bond is set at $1,500, and you previously were appointed the public defender, so you do have them,
That's
okay?
correct. Your Honor, is not guilty because my lawyer, Quarles, he said that I didn't have to show up.
This is, well, I can't tell you what happened in that case because it's not my case, but you're gonna have to go see the judge in that case and tell them what it is that you just told me, because there's nothing that I can do about the KPS. I'm not permitted to change it by law, okay?
I have him up in my house, though.
Well, you have the attorneys and they can file any appropriate motions, but I'm telling you, I can't do anything about it. I can't change it under the law. I'm not allowed to do that, so.
Okay, so when am I going home? When I bond out?
Well, you have a bond, so you can post your bond. If you can't post your bond, your attorneys can file a motion in front of the judge that your case is before. It's not before me, okay?
Okay.
Did Curate bond out?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Also, Luis Garcia
Okay, we'll take no action.
and Brandon Singh.
Okay, we'll take no action. All right, are you Mr. Butterworth?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Mr. Butterworth,
Your Honor.
hold on. All right, you're here in 2019 MM 258AE. You were arrested for trespassing on property or structure of conveyance. I do find probable cause. I'm going to appoint the public defender's office to represent you. I know that you have some cases going on and there's some competency stuff, okay? So I am going to ROR you in this case. I'm not going to take any action on the out on bond cases. I believe you were supposed to have a court date today in one of the cases. So I'm just gonna let the judge know that, so they don't issue a KPS. I don't know if they know that you're here, okay? And then you have another court date coming up too in June, on June 20th. So just make sure that you keep in touch with your attorneys and then you keep your court dates. So don't go back to that 7-Eleven gas station,
No,
okay?
I was just trying to get something to eat.
No, just don't talk about the facts. Abide by all those trespass warnings, okay? Don't go back there, all right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Is in the law.
yeah. All right, please tell me your name.
Lewis.
All right, Mr. Lewis, you were picked up on an out-of-county warrant. Looks like out of Sumter County. And you have a bunch of bonds. So I'm gonna read them out. Looks like count 1 is 500, count 2 is 2,000, count 3 is 5,000, count 4 is 2,000, count 5 is 2,000, count 6 is 5,000 or 500, count 7 is 5,000, 8 5,000, 9 2,000, 10 5,000, 11 2,000, 12 5,000, 13 500, 14 2,000, and 15 500. And then in your other case, Your bonds are set at 5,000 on count 1, 2,000 on count 2, and 500 on count 3. Sumter County has 72 hours to come and pick you up. That does not include the weekends, okay? So if you can bond out, you can bond out. If not, then they'll have to come and pick you up, okay? All right, Mr. Jones, I've been told that there's been contact with Broward, and apparently they contacted us, but not me personally, but corrections, and that they advised they're picking you up at 10 a.m. tomorrow.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
So you're going back to Broward at 10 a.m. That's what I've been told. If that doesn't happen, I'm gonna order that you come back to see me, okay? And so, but they should
Set
be,
him on tomorrow's afternoon docket?
huh?
Can we set him on the 1 o'clock docket?
Yeah, if he's not picked up, then I'll have him called back on the 1 o'clock docket, okay? So we need to make sure that you get picked up timely. Okay, Mr. Jones?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. Hope you're enjoying your stay in Orange County.
Yes, ma'am. I live in Orange County.
Okay. Okay, anything else? No? All right, we'll be in recess until tomorrow.
Bond court is a free service, but it takes several hours of my time every day. Less than 10% of Bond court viewers hit the like button, and less than 1% leave a comment. If you want Bond court to continue to be available on YouTube for free, then please hit the like button and leave a comment on all of my videos.